Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas pre-market show for Tuesday, March the 12th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. Thank you, Kiri, etc. Okay. And again, guys, if there are any audio issues, just let me know, okay? So, guys, first of all, the SPY had the nice pop at 8:30. The CPI numbers came out. I didn't I didn't read them at all. I don't really care. All I care about is what the reaction was, and obviously the reaction was good. There's that green bar right there at 8:30 on the SPY, selling off a little bit here, but still up for the day. So we're in for as we speak, a positive open. Thank you guys in YouTube. So that's the SPY. So let's take a look at some of the movers this morning. RGLS up 88%. And interesting. So they did a $100 million private placement at 160 a share. So that's way above the let's see a few more of these. Usually when a company does a private placement, they're raising money, issuing shares, etc. Stock does not pop, especially off the financing price. So RGLS though is being rewarded right now for raising $100 million at $1.60. Stock is right now at 260. They may have had some other news. CLRO has pulled back a little bit. CLRO obviously had news after hours. Look at the after hours reaction to the news. This is if you can see my 15-minute chart, the mauve area right here. That's the after hours action. So it's all we're seeing more of these ones too. One-time cash dividends. One-time cash dividends, and these stocks are popping. Onion, ONON, guys. ONON is an earnings play. I know it's not onion, but through the 200-day moving average, through the 200-day moving average. So the next low looking left for ONON, pretty close, 28.42. Okay, so Z says he's not hearing. Gonna make sure that it's not widespread. NUKK. NUKK. Had a big day yesterday. Had a big 3 days about 3 weeks ago. Got up to 209. Fell all the way back down. Had a nice day yesterday. Now a little bit of a continuation today. NUKK. Ah, man, this sound issue is driving me crazy. Uh, sorry guys, I don't I get frustrated every day now. I seem to have a sound issue for some. I mean, that's the thing, Sarah. Yeah, a lot of you say it's fine. Some don't hear. I don't understand. Might have to change browsers. Let's see. MNSO, I believe that is an earnings play also. MNSO is an earnings play. Not too many earnings plays, but MNSO is an earnings play. Yeah, I know when YouTube is usually okay. It's the other room that I moderate. MNSO. So this could get interesting. Look at this daily chart for MNSO. It's wiped out all of this. Now the 200-day moving average is at 21.27, so that's far enough away. Sound. Give me a moment. All right. RYDE, RYDE, guys. RYDE. Is it still here somewhere? The reason I looked at it is that this is a recent IPO, and yesterday it made an all-time. Well, it's only a couple of days or a couple. I think it started trading last week. Take a look at our RYDE. Yeah. So yesterday, well, yesterday. I mean, this is the weekly chart, but of course, this is yesterday. So we're almost at an all-time high for RYDE, RYDE. Oracle, guys. I know William kept the room open yesterday till I guess 4:10. Oracle had what an old school company, and yet look at this. Oracle, ORCL, Oracle, all-time high now. ORCL, all-time high on earnings. I'm wondering if it's that Chrome upgrade sometimes, or every time we used to have that problem, but that was years ago when Chrome would do an upgrade and something to do with the accelerator. HRTG, guys, HRTG. Let's take a look at HRTG. I think this is an earnings play also. No, I'm wrong. I'm sorry. It is not an earnings play. Well, or is it? The company announced, reported better than expected Q4 results. It is an earnings play. I'm sorry. It is an earnings play. Yeah, I understand what's happening now. I wish they would have it here when they had earnings that after hours. I have to look at my single stock window. Anyway, HRTG is an earnings play. Okay, HRTG is an earnings play. Look at this gap up on the daily chart and on the weekly chart. 932 or so is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. Now, man, I wish I had paid a little more attention to this one. There were a lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, Guts, GUTS. Look at this crazy pop up to 1445. There were a ton of shares available. Interactive Brokers. I didn't realize it, and well, it hasn't come quite all the way down. It's still up 14%. Another obesity drug. Okay, another obesity drug. I think. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe I'm wrong. This was a mouthful to try to read. Yeah, yeah, it's an obesity drug, model of diabetes and obesity. So another obesity drug, guys, or shot, whatever it is, in that sector. So there's guts, but it has come right back down. Pretty low float, 7.3 million in the float. I don't think I've seen this one before. Looks like it started trading as guts back here. And we are still in for a nice positive open. Looking at the sky here. So let's see if there's anything else in this tree map. And I'm looking at some of the ones, like yesterday, STI. I have to do a better job. I know I mentioned STI just over about $1.20, and it kept moving higher and higher and higher, all the way up to $3 before it pulled back. And I know I mentioned it, and some took it. I did not take it. I can't remember exactly why I didn't. Probably got distracted by something. All right, ASAN is on the way down. ASAN. If there's any reason for this, this is ugly looking on the daily chart. It's an earnings play. This is an earnings play, okay? ASAN is an earnings play, but it's so ugly on this daily chart. Up, down, up, down, up, down. Looking at Bitcoin right now, guys, it's just sort of stabilizing, it's stabilizing, $72,000 or so. Take a look at China. China was up this morning, KWEB. I put up KWEB, and KWEB, yeah, so KWEB's up 2.5%. A nice little gap up. Bodhi Potential, BODI. Okay, let's take a look, Matt, in our YouTube room. Bodhi Potential, BODI. The Beach Body. Okay, let's take a look at BODI. Okay, it is an earnings play, not too much volume yet, but it is an earnings play. Didn't they change symbols? Weren't they some other symbol? And I think this is about now as BODI. This is what they're trading as, or am I wrong? CASA probably knows. All right, guys. Well, let's take a look at the sectors right now. So again, we're in for a big positive, pretty positive open. We're starting to fade a little bit, though. So we have this high right here. So we're starting to fade a little bit. We had a beautiful big green candle up, but now we're starting to fade. So let's take a look at the sectors, the major sectors before the market opens, about 15 minutes before the market opens. Body was body, or body, and then body. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cassie. Casa. So it was body as in BODY, and then for whatever reason, they decided to change it to BODI. So from our toolbar, I'm going to click on New and then Docked Channel Bar. Scroll down until I see Show More, and click on Sector Status. And you're gonna see the major sectors. All right, so what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. Interesting, XLE. So XLE, major ETF for energy, used to be almost like clockwork every morning, either all the stocks or, well, first of all, when you see 63% in red, what does that mean? It means that 63% of the stocks that make up XLE are down from yesterday's close, okay? It used to be, though, almost like clockwork that it was either 100% either way, 100% were up or 100% were down. We're going to get a mixed bag now. Anyway, 63% now are down from yesterday's close. So a quick look, we see technology 83% or above, etc. Again, this can all change, of course, once the market opens. But right now, as we speak, the weakest sector is energy as we speak. Now, again, understand 63% are down. Doesn't mean now a stock to make it into this red, a stock could be down like 0.00001% from yesterday's close. So it's not that all these stocks are tanking. And again, I just want to take a look at XLE and in relation to the 200-day moving average. Yeah, still moving away. And now just the other one is the utilities. Yeah, still above the 200-day. So again, all the major sectors are above the 200-day moving average. Yeah, CLRO guys, CLRO is getting some volume. Also, CLRO is getting some volume coming in. Biggest volume burst that you can see right there, 2.2 million right there. What time is it right now? 9:15. So that candle is just closed, and that's the biggest volume of the day of the pre-market for CLRO. It did hit after hours yesterday, 226. Low float, pretty low float, 11.4 million. And this is another dividend play. Now it's a special one-time cash dividend. EBS? I don't see EBS anywhere, Juz. So let me, excuse me, let me put EBS up. Now, it's possible that they do a reverse split, maybe our, no, I don't know where you're seeing that. We heard hardly any volume, only 4,000, something like 0.36%. There's no action at all. Where are you getting that 1,674%? Excuse me, where are you getting that data? Not from us. American Airlines, it's not an earnings play. Strictly speaking, it's not an earnings play, but they're guiding poorly. Excuse me, they're guiding poorly. After the company lower, trading lower after the company increased its Q1 average fuel price guidance. So, so I guess that's the deal. So they're going to be paying more for fuel. So American Airlines falls on a first quarter loss forecast. Okay, they don't release until the 25th, April 25th. But they're kind of conditioning the market. Well, the EBS, let's see if there's some kind of a weird topping tail. Not in our charts. Sometimes, you get a weird, big, huge, weird topping tail. That might have caused that, but not in our charts anyway. All right, I'm going to keep an eye on this guts in case it takes out 10. Man, I wish I'd seen that. I for some reason I didn't even look to see if shares were available to short on this one. What a short that would have been. Yeah, Paramount, P-A-R-A. You're right, having a little spike here. Apollo reaches out to Paramount about deal. Okay. Again, these guys are all sorts of rumors circulating. Paramount, I think, and Warner Brothers, WBD. Yeah. So Paramount, excuse me, P-A-R-A. Excuse me, just give me a moment. So Paramount, P-A-R-A, the next time looking left is 1254 on the daily chart. If you can somehow get through that, you've got some room to 13. But again, this is rumor based, all rumor based. Yeah, somebody mentioned it might have been Cassim or Draw. I think it was Draw. MDAI had some kind of news this morning. Company announced a new U.S. government contract to provide additional support for the development of the handheld version of Deep View Wound Imaging System. All right, so from MDAI, actually that's 23%. But I mean, this has been chopping around for the last few days. And there are shares available for me to short if I wanted to at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I do see Pack here. Thanks, amen. Amen. Excuse me. I do see Pack here. It was right beside Guts. Where are you now? There you are. 20.8. Yeah, 20% up. And the upgrade, yeah, from I don't know who Radpack is. I'm sorry, this is Radpack. I thought that was the firm that was doing the upgrade. So it's Baird who's upgrading them from 5 to 7. Just give me one moment, please. Give me one moment, guys. Sorry about that. All right, guys. Let's see what's happening now. So SGLY, just looking at SGLY, give it back. Okay, give me a moment, guys. Sorry about that. Just give me one moment. Okay. Let's see what else is happening here. So let's the CLRO. I think somebody mentioned that it was at the VWAP. 171, 171. Yeah. So the CLRO is at the VWAP area. Okay. Well, let's take a look at ARM. Okay. You mentioned that the ability now for the The IPO lockup period is over, so those involved in the IPO are now able to sell their shares if they want. So yeah, so a little bit of an interesting look what happened in the pre-market. Now we're getting a little bit of a dump on it, but no, I'm using the old. I'm sticking with the old IB, if you want to call it old IB. I looked at the new one. It didn't make any difference to me. Plus, Pepe said that it was full of bugs. So no, I mean, I have such a basic need for my order entry. I don't care about any of the bells and whistles that I guess the new IB was offering. Didn't really care about it. Okay, Wolfhound. So yeah, do a search on SLB. Okay, that'll you'll get a little pop up SLB, and that'll tell you how many. There's a little pop up window, and that's what I'm talking about. That'll tell you all the time how many shorts are available at Interactive Brokers. Okay, just so do a search in your search SLB. Oh, 927. Okay, I've got to get rid of my platform I have right now. The platform with the layout I got right now, and get ready for the open. So just give me a moment, okay? Hopefully this is going to work. Okay. Sorry, guys, I had a little bit of a distraction this morning. Come on, don't do this to me. Excuse me. Just getting rid of all my price alerts that happened. All right, I'm set to go. What time is it now? 9:29. So just 9:29. 10 seconds for the open, guys. Let's have a great trading day, everybody. No, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes. Excuse me. I try to let things settle down a little bit. SPY is coming back now, guys. SPY is coming back a bit. Not so much advice, Robert, in our YouTube room, taking the advice not to trade it. You know, that's just me, okay? There are many who can trade in the first 15 if you can. I just, for me personally, I just don't like doing it. It's fine. It's for me, it's just a little too whippy. I guess I'll miss out on something that just starts to run immediately and keeps going. And we have our first halt of the day, and that is that pack. Man, that pack just right from the beginning. Look at this pack. PACK. It is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. Okay, guys. Now, love is showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown through the 200-day moving average. I don't know what the exact reason is. I don't know if it's a sympathy play with American Airlines. American Airlines kind of released some guidance about what's going to happen in the next quarter, and this might be affecting most of the airlines. But this is a pretty, I don't know. Love looks like it's on its own here. Okay, guys. Now ONON. This is an earnings play, and a little pop up, pull up in the pre market up to 30. It is now starting. I wish that didn't happen. I wish it had just remained in this area and continued down because there's room down to about 27.80 or so. But this is an earnings play. ONON is an earnings play. Other one just got halted. Blade BLDE got halted on the way down. So this pack halted on the way up. Not a low float, 72 million in the float, so certainly not a low float. Greg Hallam coverage with a target of 8, so it's not that far away. Baird with a target of 7. Give me one moment. Okay, cool. And this is and talk. I don't know. I didn't see talk in the pre-market. Didn't really trade in the pre-market. That's why talk TALK. But this is a tough trader. Saw this one in the pre-market. Thought maybe it'll get going again, but nope. SOUN. Got all the way up to 642. Now just dropping. Oh man, this looks like it's just going to tank again. ONON guys. The next low looking left is 27.77, so it's not that far away. This is an earnings play, ONON. Okay, now this is also an earnings play, ASAN. One of the uglier looking daily charts I've seen. This doesn't look like it's like a foreign bait, but it's not. Look how ugly this daily chart is. Up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Hard to look at. Oh man, there's the guts. What an insanely good short that would have been. Look at this, up to 1441 on some obesity news. And this was shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Wow, it's gone negative. Not only is it, dropped, it's gone actually negative. ASAN is continuing down. I just have a hard time looking at this daily chart though. The next low looking left is around 1678. All right, guys. Now BZ, I think BZ is an earnings play. Yeah, BZ is an earnings play. China stock has pulled back. That big topping tail there has pulled back a little bit. China, let's take a look. If you're going to play China today, I would suggest you have KWEB up to see what the overall China market is looking like. Still pretty strong, up 3%. Okay. All right. So PAC came out of its halt. KISS is an earnings play, guys. KSS, Coles is an earnings play. KSS is an earnings play. It's been all over the place. I mean, my goodness, look how choppy this has been. It popped up in the pre-market, came all the way back down here, and now it's gone, well, mildly positive, up a dime now from yesterday's close. So very, very choppy. Something's happening with Love, guys. This can't be just a sympathy play with American Airlines. So let me take a look if American is just tanking the same way. Not quite. I mean, it had the big giant red candle here, but I mean, Love is kind of trading on its own down. LUV. Look at this. Wow. I mean, the next low looking left is 28.17. So it's got over a dollar to that next low. Now the SPY, I don't know if it's just following the SPY because now the SPY is putting in a giant red candle, basically wiping out the gains. SPY is not negative yet, but it's pretty flat now. So they did provide an update at the guidance at our conference. Okay. So the same with American Airlines. Let's take a look at Jets, the ETF for the airline sector. Yeah. So Jets itself. So it must be all to do with airline fuel, etc. Costs going up. At least that is. At least that is one idea, I suppose. Look at Mara now, guys. Also, Mara. I mean, Bitcoin. Well, Bitcoin's slightly weaker, but look at Mara now. This was a nice short for me yesterday, and again, it's got room down to 1826. Not saying it's getting there, but that is the next low or so on the daily chart. 1826, yes. Talk continues. Wow, look at talk. This is, man, it's interesting because there was no pre-market action at all. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Okay, 9:15. I do see 9:15, but I didn't really see it. I mean, that's only one candle. And but talk on the move here. Don't see any specific news for it. All right, we have our first AI alert. If you have the AI guys, HPE. Let's take a look at HPE. Had earnings last week. But this is indicative. The first 15 minutes can be really, really choppy. Look at this topping tail and then a big sell-off. Well, I don't like to trade in the first 15. But again, this is not a recommendation to do what I do. I mean, it's just, I just this is what I do or don't do. See if the SPY can settle down a little bit. There's that first 15-minute candle on the SPY. Oops, can't see it yet. Just give me a moment. There we are. So there's that first 15-minute candle on the SPY right there. All right, now this crazy one, XPDB, this had almost got to $50 yesterday. XPBD, something to do with GE. This is a SPAC that will turn into something else. And GE has a stake in, I think it's Montana, something like that. A lot of shares available to look at PAC. My goodness, got up to 723. Certainly was the sleeper because I mean I did see this in the pre-market, but I didn't quite disregard it, but I just didn't think it would do this, obviously. All right, RGLS now. RGLS is showed up in the combo scan, but it is pulled right back. 323 was the alert, but it is pulled right back. So I'm going to stick an alert, a price alert up where it alerted and see if it takes it out later on. 60 million in the float, so it's fairly low float. They did $100 million private placement at $1.60, so this is not being affected at all. Well, it's being affected, but in a very positive way. Give me a moment, guys. Trying to get a short on something and I'm having a difficult time. No, maybe it's a good thing. Trying to get a short on the ONON now. Yeah, this uptick rule, it's down over 10%. Yeah, shoot, I just couldn't get a fill where I wanted it. But I'm trying to short. I mean, I don't want to chase it down. ONON. Mm, shoot. So there's the next low looking left now for ONON. Looks like it's around 2702. Actually, 2747 is the next low looking left. If you're unfamiliar with the uptick rule, if the stock is down more than 10%, it's even though there's plenty of shorts available. Oh, look at this. And I went in at the bid, held it there for 10 seconds, and they would not fill me. I don't mind showing this now. This was an AI alert also. 2843 on the suggestion. It's 2757 now, so it's down 3% from the alert. That is part of our premium service. Okay. Oh, take a look at now. Is this on the way up? No, it isn't. SGLY. Okay. I thought, yeah, this is pulled back quite a bit. I mean, quite a bit. Understatement. Got up to about 930. So it's cut in half now. It's still up 32%. And I'm talking about SGLY, but it is, half of what it was in the pre-market. All right, guys. So if you've got the AI, you've got a few coming in right now. It's doing this thing again with the price alerts. Just give me a moment, guys. I've got multiple price alerts open for some reason. Oh my goodness. Okay. Give me a moment, guys. I've got multiple. Give me a moment. I've got to shut most of them down. Okay. Give me one moment, guys. One moment here. The pack is uh, the pack is very interesting. It has room still. One of the few earnings plays. I think it's earnings play, right? Pack is an earnings play. Yeah. So this is one of the few earnings plays. Pack is an earnings play. It's been pretty jumpy right now, but if it gets back into the 660s, this could get rolling again. Stick an alert around 672. All right, what is the market doing? I'm sorry, guys. A little slight distraction here. So keeping an eye on the pack, PACK. So we had that first 15-minute candle, big red candle, kind of wiping out all the the good sort of the positivity in the pre-market. But now this candle is green. So if you were looking, I am actually going to be looking at the bouncers toppers. Okay, and this is what I'm talking about. The bouncers in the top, bouncers toppers, anything in blue. I am sharing that scan. So I want to see. So there's a bounce for UAL, but most of the airlines are certainly not happy today. So CLRO 225 was the post-market high. And again, this is a dividend play, a special one-time cash dividend. This was shortable for me. Son of a gun. BLDE was shortable for me. I didn't realize it. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. I got halted, and this is all-time low, maybe? No, not quite an all-time low. Okay, guys, too bad. Pack is now getting weaker. I still have an alert. I have an alert set up in this six, or I'm gonna reset it. An alert set in around the 674 mark and see if it takes that out later on. Boy, not a lot of continuation again, guys, for these some of the ones that are really lots of action in the pre-market. Not a lot of continuation again. Continuation meaning, it's very choppy. Look at RGLS. It's a big star in the pre-market. But it's up, down, up, down. Do not have volume from any of my alerts, any suggestions. So the first thing, Nikki, is to take a look at your sound icon between Brokerage Plus and Idea Surfing. Make sure there's not you haven't accidentally turned it off. Okay, you know that if you can see what I'm doing, there's a little slash through it right now, which means all your sound. So was that it? No, that's not it. Okay. Um, Now it's got nothing to do with your computer. You know how to put a cloud link in so I can test. I mean, here I've got here's my properties. Ah, again, I don't have this. So you make sure that okay. So when you go to your alert window, make sure. I mean, I'm just going to go through some obvious things. When you go down to properties and click on actions, that it is checked. The play sound is checked. Okay. Can you give me a cloud link? Can you give me a cloud link for one that's not working? And I'll just test it on my end. I mean, the other thing, I mean, but it's a long shot. This is a volume a slider. Now make sure it's not, over here, like right at the end. Hard for me to know if all of those things, but if you give me a cloud link, I can at least see whether it's working on my end. And don't give me a layout, right? Just give me one alert window. I don't want the entire layout. Just give me one alert window. Yeah, guys, ASRT. So if you have the AI, you know that you had I had an alert at 106, 106, and it got up to 121 before it pulled back somewhat. Hmm, nice one, Shady. Yeah, your sound, SOUN, it exploded back up to the pre-market highs. Okay, guys, CLRO now. CLRO over $2. This could get going. 225. Okay, guys, keep an eye on CLRO. The longer it holds over two, this could get really rocking. Look at the volume today for CLRO. And this is a special dividend play, if you will. The post-market high was up to 225. So I think a big deal if it can take out this post-market high. Look what it did. It got almost to the penny. What's the float in this one? 11.4 in the float. So 11.4 million in the floats. Yeah, look at the SPY coming all the way back, wiping out that initial 15-minute candle. Next candle, green, wiping that out. Let's see what happens in the third candle. Just watching this CLRO, I want to see how well it holds over two. Maybe it gets back into the 220 level. Another, this resumed SMXT resumed Solar Max technology, SMXT. I didn't see the original halt, so it got up to what, 1350 or so. Looks like this is, I don't know if this is an IPO or a SPAC or a symbol name change, but it started trading as SMXT back here. All right, so this could be a, yeah, look at this float, guys. I mean, again, our provider has 500,000 in the float. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to stick a price alert around 1174. See if it takes out the high of that candle down the road. All right, guys, CLRO looking really interesting. It's going to take out that 225. More and more halts and resumes. Remember APM? Yeah, APM was a crazy one a few days ago. Got up to 1750 something, and it's pulled back all the way. Oh yeah, this is pretty ugly to look at, guys. APM. Continuing to watch this CLRO. I just want to see if it can hold. Well, first of all, obviously holding two, but having a, well, big level now. Well, it's breaking down through two, so I may have to forget about it. I was hoping it would keep in the high teens for a bit and then break through that high of the day or the high in the post market yesterday. All right, take a look at VIPS. This could be a topping play. VIPS, though it still has some room. The It still has some room. 1873 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. Wow, love continues down, guys. LUV continues to make its way down. Next low looking left is 2814. That's about $1 away. Okay, China play, EH, airline sector, the, next well, it's got room. EH has got some room. The next, well, the 200-day moving average is way above it, 1530, so it's a dollar above it. So it definitely has some room to move. That's the high right there also. So the next high looking left. So EH has some room. Actually, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. 1433 is the next high looking left on the daily chart. So it's a little too close. All right, IONM. ION, cheap one, really cheap one, under a dollar. So for those of you who don't mind playing a dollar, I mean, this got after hours got up to 73 yesterday, 73 cents yesterday. Held the 200-day moving average today. And I don't trade anything under a dollar, but I will point it out for those who don't mind. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you, Draw. So they've got 6 million, we've got 5, so about 10 times. Still very low. No idea why we have such a discrepancy though in the float. You better learn about shorting strength. No, no. Your broker will tell you if there are shorts available, okay? Immediately. Well, I shouldn't say that. My broker, Interactive Brokers, tells me if there's shorts available immediately. There will be times where there's just no shorts available. It's that simple. You can't create a position if the shorts aren't available. You want to short something and the shorts aren't available, or that what they might say is, "Well, we can try to find shorts for you, but if you're trying to intraday trade, I mean that's useless." But again, every broker is different. Okay, in terms of short. Okay, guys, CLRO. I continue to watch this. I'd love to see this get back under the 220s. Yeah, there are no shorts available. Exactly. Not immediately. You know, if you have LIB, it says this contract will be available for short sale if the shorts can be located. If the shorts can be located. So what happens is you'll hear me say this. I can look and I can see there are shorts available for a stock, and then I can look, 2 seconds later, and they could have been all snapped up, taken. But you're sort of answering your question. I mean, does there always have to be shorts available or to short? Yes, yes. Otherwise, how can you short? And you're trying to do this, and you are actually trying to do this in a real account. So be careful, okay? See, guys, SELX, this was from yesterday. Keep an eye on this one, okay? This one got up to 268. It's a little over 2 right now. Let's see if this has any sort of traction, sort of a second day run. SELX. What is my thoughts on LMFA reverse split? Is it excuse me, a reverse split today? LMFA? It must be. No real thoughts. Not yet anyway. I mean, there's nothing to do. Is this a reverse split today? So they did a 1 for 638, announces so Tuesday, March 12th. Okay, so yeah, so it is today. So yeah, I have no thoughts on it, really. I mean, it's not doing anything. There's no, they don't have any press release that they're coming out with yet. Try to pump the stock right now. I mean, there's nothing to do. Okay, guys, CLRO. This could get interesting. I'd love to see a 225 break. I know you're giving up a bit, but if it takes out 225, I'm just looking at that high in the pre and post market yesterday. What I should do is back this, take a look on a monthly chart and see where it could go. So the next high in a monthly chart is 265 or so. So on a monthly chart, it certainly has room. I think it's going to get there. Well, I'm not going to buy it. I'm not buying it in anticipation it's going to take that 225 out. I'm just going to wait and see if it happens. If it happens, I think it could go on a bit of a run. SCLRO. And this is not a recommendation. Do the same thing. Just give me a moment, guys. Okay, let's see if it runs now. Let's see if it has any sort of a run in it. I'm talking about the CLRO. All right, guys, I have taken some off. And again, the 260 is a level, a next level, I think. So refresh my memory. I think it's 260. That's the next high in the monthly chart. Yeah, 265. No, I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, I'm not saying it's getting there. I am sharing. Not hearing anything. Okay, so Captain. It's hard enough to trade, and it's not your guys' fault, but I mean, I have to deal with this stupidity of yeah, delay in loading today. Sorry, guys, I am showing my frustration, but every blasted day it seems to be a some kind of an audio or video problem. I wish we could go to a Discord. Sorry, Sebastian, but I'm not sure a new room would be the his new room. I'm not sure that's going to be the answer, but anyway. Okay, guys, I don't have much left now of the CLRO. Okay, I don't. These are low floats, but that was good enough for me. Well, I used to have Discord strength, but the problem is they don't allow a lot of screen sharing. 50 was the max. At least it was when we had it. If they allowed 500 or 300 or whatever, I would do it tomorrow, right now. Anyway, okay. Well, that got the blood going. Anyway, on the CLRO. I don't want to have to moderate another room strength though, just for that. You can type your questions in right here. Well, they do allow for a fee, but not. I don't think. Well, unless they've changed their policy, Pepe. Unless they've changed it. Actually, I listen. I'll look at it again. I mean, if we can have 300 screen shares. Anyway. I like Discord a lot. I liked it a lot. There's more I can do within Discord. Ah, look at CLRO now, guys. I have just a little bit left, but this is if you're in it, just be aware of that 265. Okay, at 265. Yeah, I mean this could be. I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 248 or so, 245 or so, 248. Yeah, that's what I thought. 248. So it's getting close to that monthly high. All right. Now you're just being silly, Grumpy. Okay. Oh man, what happened? The SELX. I mentioned it just on that two break. I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere strength. I'm just saying that is the next high looking left. Okay, for all I ever do, and I know I have to say it every single time, and that's okay. I just point out where the next high is, and I in the next breath I say I'm not saying it's getting there. Okay, I'm not specifically with the CLRO. There's the next high. I'm not saying it's getting there, but that's where it could stop. And I would never get out. To understand, this is just an air. I mean, if it got to 265, it's not like I would not say to myself, okay, I'm going to get out. If it's still trading well, I mean, if it takes out 265, well, I'm on the wrong chart right here, but it's not a target. I mean, it's semantics perhaps. All I do is I look left, and that's where it could stall. Any stock, when I look left, doesn't mean it's finding. And if it's not trading well at the price, I won't get out of it. I may take a piece off ahead in case it doesn't, but it's not like this is a target and then, okay, I'm out. Just that I have to be aware every time where the next high is on a daily chart. Yeah, somebody asked about the SGLY. So SGLY is, what is that VWAP? 483. So it's getting close to the VWAP. All right, guys. Well, we may have a glimmer of hope. Those of you who still have some left of the CLRO. Now, I always think that the 50-cent level for stock under $5 can be almost as important as the whole number break. Okay, so 250 might be the challenge. Okay, guys, remember pick from a couple of days ago, PIK. They get up to 547. It's pulled back. Let me get a monthly or the daily chart up here again. Yeah, so it did yesterday got up to what 1074 yesterday. I don't recall it yesterday. I recall this day I think this was the day it did a reverse split. Man, look what a crazy action on the SPY guy. So here at 8:30, the CPI numbers came out. Obviously, the market at the beginning anyway was very happy about that. Even the next candle at 8:45 was green up to here, and all of a sudden we had this sell-off and a big sell-off. We had a big red candle here. That was the opening 9:30 candle. Next candle basically wiped that out, and now look, we're on the move. So bounce plays, guys, bounce plays. So bounce plays with the market doing what it's doing can probably be pretty good, especially if it's a stock that doesn't have specific news. In other words, it's not an earnings play or some bad news about it. And it just moved down because of the overall market moved down. This is ugly now. RGLS is just ugly. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, wow. 1026. It's actually been a fast morning. All right. First of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. sharing my screen, and live on the mic. I'll take the opportunity now to go over what you can find on my homepage, including the scans that I'm currently sharing. If you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. You'll be at the top here. Now, there's Love. Well, Grumpy, there's Love that showed up on the 10-day daily break and combo scan. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, here's a promo code you can use, Barry15. That'll get you 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you do take out a subscription, you must do the get started. So 10 short videos, your first one, download and install, your first startup and login, introduction to scans, top list windows and alert windows. Okay. I wouldn't, I would, you know, don't even look at doc layout. If you're brand new, don't even look at doc layout. I don't know why it's there. I know I say that every day. I keep forgetting to ask them to take it out. If you're new to trading, Trading 101, series of videos free. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas created these. Now, Michael will also be in our YouTube room between 12 and 1 when I do take a break. I do a stock of the day video. You can sign up for it here, free, of course. Trade of the week is free. You can sign up for it right here. You'll get it before the market opens Monday mornings. If you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, check your promotions folder. Education section is here. Click here on the education section. Here's our user guide. Now, a lot of people ask, and I have no problem if you ask me a question about, well, how do you do this in Trade Ideas? I don't mind answering it. A lot of it can be found in the user guide, though. So I would consult the user guide first. There's that getting started again. And alert windows, if you want more information about an alert window or a top list window, stock racing, price alerts. You see, I use price alerts all the time. But you can see how it's segmented. We get questions about how do you put a sound alert on a stock? How do you create watch lists or symbol lists, things like that? And there's a lot in the guide. Again, it's like any other user guide. There's a lot in it. You don't have to learn everything. So don't think that, if you're new to Trade Ideas or looking at this for the first time, that you have to learn everything. Of course you don't. Here's that Getting Started series again. And as I said, YouTube. So I take a break between 12 and 1 o'clock. One of the other traders takes over for me in our YouTube room. Today is Tuesday. It should be Michael Noss. I will confirm that before I do take my break. And I'll also put the YouTube link in the main room so you can head over and listen to Michael. Okay. And before, back to the main room here are my scans. Before I talk about my scans, the only thing I will ask is that at some point in the future, if you decide you want to take out a subscription, please use my promo code. This will really help the room. The room will get credit for it. The room is free. Okay. And we want to keep it that way. And the way we do it is if you take out a subscription at some point in the future, just use my promo code. Okay. Now here are the scans. So if you've clicked on my homepage link, just scroll down. Middle section, these are the scans that I am currently sharing. Okay, the pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market. This is the combo scan that I talk about a lot. Okay, and let's see what Love is doing now. But I do have, obviously, I have other scans. The bouncers toppers, I'm sure I've got this loaded on another window. Okay, another monitor, I should say, and keeping an eye on it. You can have this one. And this, the relative strengths from the leaders from the open. If you click on the explosive winners channel, this is what you'll see. Now, let me back this out just a little bit. Okay, so this is from the combo scan. Okay, 2906, it's at 2889 now on the way down. And somebody asked in our YouTube room, I mentioned it even before. Well, the reason being, the reason being is that it was showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. Okay. I do have this scan running too. Okay. So that's where I saw love just as the market opened. But there's a lot happening right now. And the reason why it won't show up here until well, let me take a look at the option volume. Yeah, the reason being, so this is a combo scan, okay? It's a 10-day daily breakdown, which of course we saw, and also abnormal option activity. So what happened is the minimum option activity, option volume has to be 150%. In other words, it has to be trading at least 150% of normal, 1.5 times normal. And until it hit this 2906, I can tell that it's at 172% now. So obviously, before it hit 2906, it wasn't at 150%, if that all makes sense. This is a tough this is a tough scan for stocks to show up because it's a combination of two scans, and then there are tough filters that have to be met. But that's why we only get a few. Okay, no volume or screen. Okay, so trade do some refreshes. Telling you guys, I mean, if I can get if Discord allows a lot more, if it allows the more screen sharing, I'm all in favor. Okay, here's another one. CRBU. Just want to take a look at CRBU. So we had an alert at 5:59 to short. It's through the 200-day moving average. My issue with it, well, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. I mean, 516. I mean, I missed it. I mean, from 569, and if it gets anywhere close to 516, even 520, that'd be a nice percentage move. How much is it, Pepe? You'd be surprised. I mean, we obviously pay for Sebastian's room every month, so unless it's talking thousands of dollars, you're right. 14 server boosts. Yeah, I know what it means, but how much? 50 bucks, 100 bucks? If it's that, then you're right. Anyway, that's all. that's nothing. $140, that's nothing. Now, does that mean though, because I think we looked at it before on the server booths, but it meant that you have to go into different rooms or something? Like it wasn't one giant room. I'll have to look at it. I mean, if it's only $140, that's nothing. Hello, is there a way to customize each I'm talking to Travis in our YouTube room to customize each channel bar to change a chart time frame and indicators that you like. Okay, so when you go to a channel, let me when you go to a channel, and let's just say you're in I don't know, the pre-market channel, okay? So while you're there, yeah, you can make changes, okay? The problem is that when you leave the channel and come back, the changes are not saved. Okay, I'm just using this one as an example, okay? So the changes are not saved. And the reason for that is because the channels are for everyone. So the fact that you might want to make a change to something is not necessarily what everybody else wants, right? So that is the reason. Now, what you can do is you can make a change, okay, and then you can save it. If you want, you can save or share to cloud, give it a name. You can call it pre-market channel, if that makes sense. Okay. So you can then save it to your cloud, the changes that you want. I'm assuming you're not going to do this with every channel. There might be a couple of channels that you like, if that makes sense, Travis. And you can actually do something, I don't really do this, but you can actually, I think you have five channels that you can put up here, or you just save it to the cloud. So you can make a change, and then again, this is a doc, and then right click, save or share to cloud, give it a name that you like, and then so you can customize it if you want. It's just that the customization will not, if you go back to the channel, it's not going to hold. Okay. All right, guys. Holo doing its thing again. If you weren't around on this day, on the February the 16th, about a month ago, when it got up to $100, yes, it did. If you ask why, no reason. Just be awfully careful. It is a very, very low float. Meanwhile, yeah, the market is continuing to move higher here, guys. So let me talk in general what trade ideas is all about. I'll use this momentum scan to demonstrate what trade ideas is all about. So we are a scanner, okay? There are a lot of screening programs out there that kind of claim to be scanners. I don't want to say they're not, but we don't. What we do extremely well. Of course, we've got screening capabilities, but we are excellent at real-time alerting. So let me show you what I mean. This is an alert window. If I right click on it, click on configure, and click on summary. So this is the screening aspect. So this scan, what it's looking for, stocks between $1 and $100. The current volume is at least three. That means it's trading at least three times normal up to this time of day. It is time of day sensitive. These two filters give it the momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. Okay. So if all of these filter values are met, and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. So the last time that happened was at 10:40. Okay, SGLY. It is now 10:42. So since then, no stocks have met those requirements and made a new high for the day. That's what Trade Ideas is excellent at doing. So this is a scan I am sharing. If you want it, you can have it. It's on my homepage. Okay. If you want to make a change to it, of course you can. If you want to have a different price range or something else, of course you can make a change. Now, if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. I'm going to click on search this time. So these right at the top here, these are the real-time alerts that we've got. The two most popular, the new high of the day and the new low of the day. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. Do not get hung up if you're looking at this for the first time. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. Okay. Then you can see what's happening with MIXT. MIXT making a new high right now. See how that happens? PWFL making a new high right now. So these are all the real-time alerts that we've got. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. And these are the filters that we have, the screening that we have. Again, don't get hung up on how many we've got. You don't have to learn them all. I only know a handful of them because, well, first of all, when the company started over 20 years ago, they felt that most people probably would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to create a scan. So that's why they had to create enough different filters and different real-time alerts to satisfy the thousands of customers we have with all the different types of trading styles there are. Okay, so that's the only reason. But I only use a handful of them. And and the reason I don't use all the other ones is because most of them don't meet my trading style. Okay, it's that simple. It's not because they're bad. It's just they don't meet my trading style. Okay, so you do not have to learn them all. Don't get hung up on that. And in fact, if you don't want to build your own scans, well, I've got a lot of scans that I'm sharing. We have a lot of scans in the channel bar that we're sharing. So you don't have to, more than likely, there's probably a scan that would be very close to what you're looking for. And you can make adjustments, price range, volume, things like that. Okay. Okay. Do not get hung up on how many we've got. Now, this is a trading room, but it's also a support room. Okay. So if you're sitting out there wanting to ask a question, but you're a little bit shy or something, you think, well, I'm so new to trading. I want to ask a question, but I don't want to appear dumb. Please don't feel that way. We all started out at some point trading and probably had no clue about what we're I had no clue. I can tell you that right now. I had no clue. And it was all, a lot of self-taught stuff. I did not have a trading room to go into. And but anyway, you can ask questions. Okay, you can ask questions about the program itself. You want to ask some market questions, you can do so. Okay. All right. Holo is Holo on the move here? Yeah. But again, guys, if you're in this one, if you're at all attempting to get in this one, remember the float is very, very low. You cannot wander away from your computer. Well, guys, I'm going to put a price alert at about 556 for PIK to see if it takes this out. This is another crazy low float, 482,000. That's what our provider says. It may not be that low, but it's going to be low. They did a reverse split here on this day. So And if it can take this high out, it may have another run. Again, yesterday, I don't really recall seeing this yesterday. I mean, it got up to 1071, but look where it closed, 480. Got cut in half. Look at the gap, guys. GPS. This is not an earnings play. Has had earnings last week. Look at the gap. GPS. These retailers, XRT. Let's take a look at the retail sector. The 200-day moving average is quite a bit below. Meanwhile, guys, Love just made another new low. I only look at the 200-day moving average on the daily chart, Ash. And that is not to say if others use moving averages and other time frames and all, that's fine. Not a recommendation to do what I do, but I only care about the 200-day moving average on the daily chart. Well, 200-day moving average. And so UN working well for Shady. A little bit challenging when it got down to 6, but has now popped back up. Boy, Love just I mean, horrible. I mean, what a downturn in Love. All depends, Ash, is when I look left, if I can't see it on the daily, then I'll look on the weekly. If I can't see it on the weekly, I'll look at it in the monthly. Okay. So when you look left on, say, Sound, SOUN, there's the next high looking left. Not saying it's getting there, but 760. Okay, that's what I'd be looking at. So, but if I couldn't see it on the daily, then I'll switch to a weekly. If I can't see it on a weekly, then I'll look at a monthly. All right, guys. Now the pack looks like it did. I think it broke down through 6, didn't it? And now it has come back a bit. Now, where was the VWAP? No, so that was not a VWAP play, really. 640. It's coming into the VWAP now. I mean, that could stall it. Okay, this is probably a SPAC, right? DHCA. Yeah, this is an acquisition company, so I don't care about that one. SGLY, what happened after the resumption? 581. Yeah, so it pulled right back down. And it just got halted again on the way down. And again, Ash, it's not a target, okay? I know it's semantics because a target, a lot of people look at a target and say, well, that's where I'm going to sell it. And it's not a target. It's just, I'm just looking to where it could move before it stalls. That's all it is, okay? So Love actually had a bounce now, guys. Love actually bounced pretty nicely off that 28.65. And where did it get down to? No, it actually there's low down here at 28.17. So let's see if this bounce holds or if it gets down below 29 again. All right, guys. So SOUN, the next high looking left is actually 682. So there is some room to 682 if somehow it gets through that. Lots of volume coming in. Again, this is kind of an NVIDIA play. Again, I know Shady was all over it early. And actually, the volume, look at the volume. Actually, this what time is it now? 10:54. This could turn out to be the biggest volume bar of the day on the 15. So the volume is, so there is still enthusiasm. All right, guys. So GLNG, this showed up in the combo scan also. Let's take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it keep going? Yeah, ugly, ugly, ugly. So this is not, I'm not interested in this one at all. Looking left, it's just too much chop. So just because I get something in the combo scan doesn't mean I immediately hop on it. I look left, I just don't like the way it looks at all on a weekly chart. Yeah, I mean, PAC again, it's getting close to the VWAP. I mean, if it takes out the VWAP, it may have a run. PACK may have a run if it can take out that VWAP. 640 is the VWAP. So, stick an alert in that area and see if you can take it out and start to really move from there. It did get up to 726, so there would be a lot of room. And SGLY, so this resumed after the halt on the way down, I guess. SGLY. Okay, CPNG guys. CPNG is on the move. This is not an earnings play. Coupang. This is US stock, but look left, look what could happen on the weekly chart. Now, on the weekly chart, there's room to maybe 20. The next high is 1933, 1935. So if you take that out, there's some room to 20 on the weekly chart. That is for CPNG. One moment, please. John, I think you were talking about Bros earlier. Didn't bring it up. We are Dutch brothers. Let's take a look at Dutch brothers. Yeah, nice, 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 nice. This is a second day big run. So the high, it's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 21st. So this was a reaction. Yeah, nice one. Not quite an all-time high. I'm sorry, not even close. Sorry, not even close. Sorry. Yeah, I mean, the relative volume is only 1.96. I mean, it's trading double. Most of my scans have a minimum of 3, so that's why I would not see this one normally. All right, guys. So listen, if you are wondering what type of style of trading I have, I am what they call a intraday day. I like to call it intraday trader. For some reason, day trader has some kind of a connotation. So So an intraday trader. So my goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. This screen right here, the one you see right here, it is a top list. So first of all, if you have a top list window, a T window, okay, and you right click and you do not see show tree map as an option, and you do want to see, because if I uncheck this, this is the grid. This is a top list grid. If everybody is what we had for years and years and years, we can now display it in another way. If I right click, show tree map. I like this a lot better. Okay. That's personal. If you want to have a grid, fine. But I like this a lot better. And it hammers home the point what stocks to be really paying attention to all day long. Now, if you want to have that ability, you must have our latest beta. Okay. If we go to my home page, you go to my home page and scroll up, and you see the download, and this is the beta. Okay. So you must have the beta. The beta is fine. All right, guys. SOUN broke out now. SOUN broke out. Great call by Shady Early. So intraday trader. So all I'm looking for, my goal every single day is to find the stocks that are trading abnormally. Okay. Now we've got a great filter. I mean, look at 2,200 times normal for CLRO. Okay. SGLY. It's not going to be that dramatic. Wow, even SGLY. Is that right? Make sure this is right. Yeah, that's right. 58 times normal for PAC. Okay, so these stocks right here are trading really abnormally. I want to follow them. Doesn't mean just because I see it, I'm going to click on it and trade it immediately. But I want to have a way to identify stocks that are trading abnormally. That is one way. Another way for me is looking at the abnormal option activity plus the 10-day daily break. Okay, that is a combination of two scans. But if all I did, I mean, I could probably get by just on looking at this. Give me a moment, guys. Okay, so yeah, so I'm seeing holo down here. I just want to make sure that most of these things there's the sound. I mean, sound SOUN is only up to 10%. Okay, only up 10%. But all I'm saying is that this right here, what you see, and I can share this with you, or you can go to the Explosive Winners channel. I've changed, I think, a couple of things. That's it. But if you want this, but you have to have this ability that says show tree map. When you right click on your top list window, you have to have the option that says show tree map. If you don't, you have to download the latest beta. Now, again, if you rather have it in grid format like this, fine. I mean, obviously you can sort on different columns, etc. But I have definitely liked this presentation way better. Okay. So the question is, what do I think of Holo? I think that if you're going to take it, you've got to be careful. It's at such a low float. Okay. I mean, it's hard to know what to think of it, when a few days ago got up to $100 for no reason, and it's crashed all the way back down here. So I mean, it's just in play right now. So depends what you mean by what do I think about it. It's got some topping tails. The buyers have been trying to move it higher, but the sellers have been knocking it down. It is It is shortable. Wow, it is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but you just gotta be careful because of the float. You know, there's an argument to be made, I guess, if it can take out the high of the day at some point, but if it did do that, where's the next high? 691, 691, 920. So, I mean, if it could take out the high of the day, the next high is 920 on the daily chart. I mean, it could run there, but, I'm certainly not predicting it will. And the other one was LTRN. Try to put the symbols in caps, okay? I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. This makes it easier to identify. Yeah, so right now it's extended, isn't it? I mean, the 15-minute chart is extended. The high yesterday was 817. So, I mean, you're chasing it at this point. Maybe if it pulls back, what's the VWAP? But the VWAP's at 706. That'd be a pretty big pullback. So, but it is extended. Oh, another nice one from Shady, ZCMD. Nice move. This got, I sort of, you know what? I saw this in the pre-market, discounted it because of, got up to three something and it pulled all the way back down to two. But on the move now, nice one, Shady. And the next high looking left is 328 or so. Actually got above that. Well, yeah, it got above that in the pre-market. If there's any news on this one, announces medication assistance services for over. This is a China stock. China stock. So they did have some news. China stock. Keep an eye on this sorry, the SELX guys. I mean, if it can take out 220 again, 225, this has a shot because I mean, yesterday got up to 268, right up here. I mean, it's been on a nice run. It did have, it had a big sell-off, 268. It closed down here at 188, but it is still alive. Now, all right, LFMD. LFMD just showed up in the combo scan. LFMD. What sort of room does it have? Now, again, the issue is 889 is the next high looking left. See, I'm always looking left. I want to see where could it go before it gets the next high. And No, I just don't. I mean, it did get up to 972 post-market, post-market meaning, after hours yesterday. I just like things that are a lot cleaner, so when I click on an alert and I can look left, there's a lot of room, and that's really why I don't trade very much because, a lot of the things that when I look at them, they don't have enough room for me to take the trade. And just because I see something like the next high looking left, doesn't mean it's absolutely gonna stall there, of course, but that's just the way I trade. This is probably not shortable, yeah, not shortable Interactive Brokers anyway. So, yeah, so obviously people had to take profit on this one. I mean, that is a big, big, big pullback now for the said CMD with that float, 1.3 million in the float. You can see it's wonderful when they're going up, not so much when they go down. So you had to not wander away from your computer, had to take some profit, but great call. So here's the pack now, guys. So the pack now is at the VWAP, is it? 639. So it's right at the VWAP now, okay? Pack is right at the VWAP. Remember this one from yesterday, guys? ATMU, ATMU. Okay, the next high looking left is 2502. Too close, too close. That's the high of yesterday. This might be an interesting short. SLRN. I mean, the next low looking left, it's got to take out that whole number of eight, but the next low looking left is around 757 or so. Look at Pack. So Pack kind of got rejected at the VWAP, guys. And look what happened. It got into the VWAP and just stopped. So put another price alert at that VWAP area and see if it can take it out later on. Now, there's the guts. What a what a mess, guys. I mean, saw this in the pre-market up to 1444, some kind of an obesity drug. And look at this. Short of the day, if you could have got it anywhere in this area and held on. Not on the chart, James. I don't have it on the chart. It's in my single stock window, okay? Not on my chart. Single stock window, VWAP right there, 18 cent, like, well, it's in the single stock window. That's where I look. Reason I don't put it on here, I don't get exactly this number. I'm very confident is correct. Whereas if I put it on my chart, I don't get quite the same number. So, I almost feel just like shorting guts just because this is an all-time low now. Is that an all-time? Yeah, it's an all-time low now. Now the issue with it is look at the spread. Well, it was 50.80, 53.72. See, look at this. Newly listed obesity player, Fractal Health, shares encouraging preclinical data. Preclinical data. All right, guys, 11:19. So in about 40 minutes, I'll be taking a break. I think Michael Noss will be taking over from me in our YouTube room. I'm just going to do a confirmation. All right, PPTA, Perpetua Resources. Okay, I've never heard of them before, but $394 could get it rolling. I'm just looking at the daily chart. Wanted to have earnings March 15th. Well, actually has earnings next, well, on the 15th. All right, stick an alert around $4 for it and see if it can take that out. First, let's take a look at the weekly chart for it, see where it could go if it could take out four. Hmm. I mean, if this can take out four, this PPTA, we have at 407. I'm going to stick an alert around 407 also, because if it can take out 407, look at the weekly chart. 470 is the next high in the weekly chart. So this could, I've never seen this one before, energy stock of some sort. Never seen this one before. So just set the alert, and if it happens, great. If it doesn't, no harm. I'm not going to anticipate that it's going to do it. Look at RJLS now, guys, coming back. Now, this was an early alert from the combo scan, and maybe this is going to get it going, guys. Maybe it's going to get it going. Whoa, I missed it. Missed it, missed it, missed it. Remember, I use the combo scan. It's a watch list, okay? You might get an alert early, and it may not do anything, may even fall below the alert price. And what you do is you just put a price alert at the original alert price and see if it takes it out. Now I missed it, but maybe that's a good thing. This is pretty darn whippy still. What's the float? For 16 million in the float, it's trading 33 times normal option volume wise. Remember, so the alert and the combo scan was at 323. It is a whippy one, guys. Looks like on the monthly chart, you have 310, you have 340 and 350. So there's a little bit of resistance in the 340, 350 area, perhaps. All right, let's take a look here. I want to see if there's anything. Here's rum. See what rum is doing. Social media stock, of course. Yeah, very choppy on a daily. Not interested. Okay, HRMY guys. Now, what sort of room does this have? 32. So it's got a little bit of room. About 50 cents to the high. There's the 200-day moving average is up here also. How is that SELX doing? Hanging in here, guys. It is hanging in. I reset my price alert. I thought I still had it there. 225 for this. Yeah, this you can kind of see that if we can take out the highs of the bodies of the current and then the previous 4 15-minute candles, it could get going. And of course, it does not have a float of one. I've already asked them again. Like, you gotta. I mean, it doesn't have a float of one, obviously. I think we looked yesterday. It's 4.5 million, maybe. Actually, 9.2 million in the float. So I don't know. Yeah, I have no explanation why we have it for that amount. So I put an alert around 220. Yesterday did get up to 266. All right, Michael has just confirmed it will be Michael Noss today in our YouTube room in about a little over half an hour. Okay, guys, there it. I didn't get it. I missed my entry on the RGLS. Son of a whatever. Man, oh man, I was got distracted by looking at a couple other things, and I should not have done that. I mean, it's still listen, it is still choppy. It's still, it's a challenge. Yeah, well, it might. I mean, that's the problem, when something goes up so quickly. Not, I mean, obviously, it could have got halted also. You'd rather have a little more orderly because when that happens, so like kind of like the Shady's ZCMD. When something moves up so quickly like this, and then it drops, it can drop so quickly and gets everybody out. If you weren't paying attention, and it's the same thing that can happen with that one, but I missed my entry on it. I mean, I would have, believe me, I would have been out about half or three quarters on that big move. Okay, guys, LFMD might be interesting. I mean, pre-market high was 921. I know I talked about all this over here, but this could get really interesting. It's sort of settled down a little bit, okay, from its big move, and it did show up in the abnormal in the combo scan right at 870. So some of these, I mean, I'm looking at, man, I know I mentioned CPNG earlier. CPNG, I know I mentioned it probably around 1927 because that's when I look at it now. And again, this is on the 10-day daily break, 1927, 1978 now. A challenge. I mean, there's no question. This is a challenge, the RGLS. So again, I will put my alert 330, 331, and see if I can take that out on a crazy low float. I mean, 16, we used to think anything under, well, anything for me anyway, anything under 20 million is a low float, but we've seen so many now in the last couple of years that are, 2 million and under. We never used to see that. But with all the reverse splits that have happened, companies scrambling to try to maintain a NASDAQ listing. Okay, I know the GLNG showed up in the combo scan, but I said I didn't like it because it was too close to that whole number. Well, my buy shady was 323 for the RGLS that I didn't get. Anyway, all right, guys, 11:32. So again, in about half an hour, I'll be taking a break. Michael will be taking over for me. Now, Michael is the originator of, when I talk about this, the Trading 101, a series of videos. So if you're new to trading, I think there are about 38 or 39 videos. Okay, Trading 101, it's all free. He is also the originator of all these market explorer scans. Now, he's told us that he was going to try to, you're not so much get rid of, well, okay, maybe get rid of a few of them anyway. Or maybe if I right click, select strategy, see how many there are. And he created all of these, okay, and maybe try to combine some because there's just too many. I mean, I like I mean, look at that. Which one are you supposed to pick? You know, you can ask him all these questions. And I think what he's trying to do will be to kind of combine them somewhat. So there's just not so many. Because again, how do you know which one to take a look at? It was the whole idea of the Market Explorer, that you do not have the ability to customize it. But if you have so many, which ones are you going to take? Now you might look at some of these, bear flag, bull flag. You could look at something that maybe you understand what it's trying to do. Anyway, you can ask him questions about the Market Explorer if you want. You don't have to. And of course, he is going to hammer at you about having a trading plan of some sort. You just can't take a look at a stock and say, well, I think that's interesting. Maybe I should buy it. You have to have a reason to buy. All right, guys. Let's see. Just looking at, I'm keeping an eye on the LFMD. Again, it showed up in the combo scan at 870. Okay. And it's just kind of hanging in the area. What's the VWAP on this thing? It's way too looking to see if there's some kind of a moving average or something. Maybe the VWAP could hold it, but it's way down here at 820. Wow, look how choppy this one is now. This holo, HOLO, topping tails, bottoming tails, lots of indecision on the direction of this one. Though these topping tails look a lot bigger than the bottoming tails. I'm going to delete that. I just don't want to get into a little flame war here, okay, man? So I'm just going to delete it. Don't bother answering Shady, okay? I don't think I've ever seen this one. FORA. I don't think I've ever seen this one. FORA. Forian, Division of Healthcare Information Analytics Technology Services, etc. Just give me a moment, please. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I'm back. So anyway, Fora, F-O-R-A. I've never seen this one. Never, never, never. What's the float on this one? 14 million. It is an earnings play on the 28th, later on this month. Never seen it. Not a good looking 15-minute chart. It has little gaps here and there. So if you're wondering, well, why am I showing it? I didn't know, of course, what it would look like until I clicked on it. So I didn't know that. It's a okay, so it's a Canadian. It trades on the Canadian exchange too. Really? Headquartered in Newtown, Pennsylvania. Yes. So William is pointing out. So there could be some action on the SPY at 1 o'clock. Not a lot. I posted this here earlier. This is the economic calendar today. So 1 o'clock. That we have the CPI at 8:30. That caused that big red green candle. We have the 10-year note auction, 39 billion at 1 p.m. Okay, so if you're in a stock that kind of tracks the market, you should be aware of that. All right, guys, you know what's coming back is CLRO. Well, it's right here, front and center. CLRO is trying to come back a bit. It's over $2 again. Okay, so it pulled back. Look at the VWAP, 203. So it maybe it's making a big bounce off the VWAP. High up here was 250 or so. All right, guys, let's take a look at ASAN. ASAN. Well, I mean, it's an earnings play. To me, it could be coming into some support, maybe. I mean, right there is 1679 is the low right there. If it takes that out, let's take a look at a weekly chart. Yeah, it's pretty ugly. I mean, there could be little support areas. There's 1671 is there. It's too bad because I mean this is this is just getting kicked now. It's an earnings play, 11 down 11%. Well, another one that's been on a tear over the last month or so, GLSI, an $8 stock up to 20 now. GLSI. What a bunch of nonsense. Look at this one now. This guts is down 14% after being up a huge percentage in the pre-market, up to 1440. All right, QBTS. I don't think I've seen this one today. QBTS. Well, okay, look, if you can get over 218, that's on the weekly chart, then you've got room to 270. I'm not saying it's getting there again, but I will stick an alert, a price alert around 215 for QBTS. It's not a low float, 92 billion in the float. So really, I don't think I have Ryan Shannon at all. I mean, he's all about anchored VWAPs and this and that. He's more of a swing trader than I am, and I read his book. 273, guys. Yeah, keep an eye on QBTS. Is there news on this one other than law firms investigating them? And we have a halt for SPPL. SPPL got halted on the way down, I guess. Yes. All right, guys, 11:47. So about 10 minutes, I'll be taking my break, waiting for Michael to show up in our YouTube room. What I'll do now is I'll just put the YouTube link in. So when he shows up, you can head over and listen to Michael. Oh, well, different time frames. Absolutely. I mean, yeah, he's all about looking at different time frames. But that I think it's pretty standard. I mean, if you're not looking at different time frames, in my opinion anyway, then you're doing yourself a disservice. Just not seeing a lot of follow through right now, guys, and on things that I'm looking at anyway. I was kind of hoping that that the LFMD would hold 870 and kind of move from there. It's not doing it. All right, guys, I'm really not seeing too much. As I say, I have not too many new alerts showing up. All right, let's take a look at TCBP from Shady. TCBP from Shady. 190, 190, 173. So he's taken this one now. He's taken it. Yeah, well, it's got room. 215. That's it. Not wouldn't be bad if it got up to there. That could be the resistance area. So again, 190. So Shady's in this one at 190 with a stop at 173. So 17-cent stop. Look at the weekly volume for this thing. Remember, the weekly volume. This is only 2 days. 146 million? Really? Obviously, it did some crazy thing yesterday. Yeah, look at the volume yesterday, 125 million. But look at what happened. I mean, it got up to 317 and it closed down here at 172. So with that in mind, I mean, if you're taking this one with Shady, just be really aware. I don't know what the float is. We don't have float information for it for some reason. Looks like it's around 2.4 million. Okay, 2.4 million. Okay, guys, sorry about that. I am just answering some questions internally. All right, I'm still yeah, the LFMD. It's probably not dynamic enough, even though is this an earnings play? I can't remember now. Yeah, so it's an earnings play. It's just not dynamic enough right now. But guys, I mean, if it can take this out up here, 874, maybe later on in the day, I don't know. It's an earnings play, so it should still have some, but the volume is really, really tapered off. BZ at VWAP. Okay, let's take a look at BZ. I know that showed up in the combo scan at 2060. Actually, that wasn't bad. Showed up at 2060, and before it pulled back, it got up to 2131, 2132. And the VWAP, you're saying, yeah, 1997. So it's just at the VWAP right now, BZ. Now, what's China doing? KWEB. Now, so China is starting to pull back a little. And guess what? Right at the VWAP, 2662. So the VWAP for KWEB is 2662. So it's just a little bit above. All right, guys, 11:55. I'm going to put my announcement in. I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. Now, I think this time what I'm going to do though is just drop this down a bit so I can put my announcement up there. Hmm, I think I better get a different color. All right, so I'm just waiting for Michael to show up. I put the YouTube link in so you can head over and listen to Michael when he shows up in within 5 minutes. It doesn't look good, but for the BZ, but again, keep an eye on KWeb. I mean, KWeb may be doing exactly the same thing, maybe not quite as dramatically, but let's take a look at KWeb. Yeah, but you've got three red candles for KWeb. You've got three red candles for BZ. I think BZ is an earnings play though, isn't it? Yeah, BZ is also an earnings play. Okay, so UN making a new high of the day. All right, guys. SELX. SELX. I'm trying to get a mid fill and it won't fill me. Well, I'm going to have to cancel out of that. I was trying to get a mid fill. That's probably a good thing. Now they just dropped that. Yeah, 211, 223. I'm going to have to shy away from it. I was trying to get a mid fill with Interactive Brokers and didn't get it. I've never had if I go limit, if I go in at a price I want, I rarely do not get the fill for IB, but a mid fill though is no guarantee, of course. Okay, guys, I'm not sure if Michael showed up. Is there a filter to show only US stocks? No, there is no country filter. Bill. In this case, I'm glad they didn't fill me, Denver, because then they dropped the bid so badly. All right, guys, Page has showed up in the combo scan. Page has showed up in the combo scan. Don't like that spread. Michael, I don't know if you're there yet.
Hello, Barry.
Hello, Michael. Okay. Okay, guys, Michael is in our YouTube room now. I'll put myself on mute. We'll see you guys in the main room in about an hour. Mr. Michael Noss, how the heck are you?
Oh, things are going well. I hope the
Good.
sound holds up this time. If not, I've got that new computer on the way. It's supposed to come
Your
yesterday.
your mic
Yeah,
sounds okay
no.
right now.
Okay, that's good. Because
Sounds okay right
I've done I do the podcast that we have on the channel now and all kinds of stuff, and
now.
there's no problems
No
there.
issue.
But every time I'm here,
Okay.
it seems to be weird.
Okay, I'm just trying to see if I can get a fill on this SELX, but I don't think I'm going to get one. And the pay. Okay, Michael, I'll let you go. I'll see you in about an hour.
Yes, sir. I'll talk to you then.
Okay, bye-bye.
Bye bye. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, as always, we open up the room each day at lunch to some live Q&A. So make sure if you have any questions about trade ideas, now is a perfect time to ask them. Barry having his much needed time off, of course. Again, we have nothing prepared because we don't want to have anything prepared, right? We want to make sure that we answer questions when those questions come. So I, for one, have been busy doing other things, so I haven't really even looked at the market today. So until there are questions, I'm going to take the time to do my homework. So make sure you're doing questions instead of just sitting around there, right? So SPY, actually, let's make that a 30-minute chart down there, because the SPY just seems to be still chopping. So we had CPI today, I read. I don't follow these things, but I figured that might cause some movement, but we're still kind of range bound. We have the 10-year bond auction at 1. So I don't know if we care about that. And then tomorrow we have nothing for news. And then we've got a bunch of stuff on Friday. Looks like, no, Thursday. We've got PPI, retail sales, unemployment gains. And then Friday we've got kind of nothing. So nothing really that would shake us out of this market incredibly. So we're kind of just stuck here. Looking at the 30-minute chart, and if we zoom out for a few days, yeah, not a whole lot going on. We have this high right here. If we're between this high and kind of this low, just choppy, but still looks like the uptrend is intact, and at least in the short term, super healthy uptrend. So it'll be interesting to see what happens here. So that's the first part of my homework, because I always just look at what the S&P 500 is doing, and then I generally go over to the RSP. And the RSP, for those who don't know, is the equal weight S&P 500. So same 500 names, but not cap weighted. So the big guys don't make a lot of movement, right? With the S&P 500, Nvidia's like 5%, and Apple's like 5%, and Microsoft's like 5%. So you have 20% around of the index in the S&P 500, just in those big names. So the RSP takes that same information and just breaks it up. But same thing. We have a doji so far here on the day. No movement either direction when you have a doji like this. And we're trapped inside this range. Then I like to go to my little chart over here, and this is all of the sectors that I look at. So KWEB is China. China's doing really well. I've been talking about that on my own channel, and I was on Trader TV yesterday, and the Substack and everything I do about that. SMH, semis doing well. So I actually want to look at semis because they had that big sell-off on Friday, and they haven't even come close to retaking that. So it'll be interesting to see on semis. Let's take a look here a little bit under the hood. And let's do an anchored VWAP from this massive spike that we had way up here. And we're right about there right now. That's interesting to me. I'm actually going to use our sim here, and I'm going to put on a little short just because I want to track it while I'm in this. This was a plan I had going into this week, was to watch this anchored VWAP from this major high and see what would happen. So I'm going to track this while I'm on with you guys. And as I'm yammering, I'm going to a broker account I have off screen here and potentially loading up that trade as well. I think it's SOXS, is it? Yeah, which would be the opposite of that. So that's probably the instrument I would use. The idea simply being we had this massive, fairly massive sell-off day here. And then now if we're bouncing, I'm looking for a place into that if we fail and start to push lower, I can get a low-risk entry. So I haven't taken the trade yet, but I'm just watching it here. Again, we'll put in this anchored VWAP. And this is just representing that all of the traders from this area right here, if you basically bought SMH at the worst possible time and you were averaging down as it went, this is about where your entry is right now. So often you'll notice these places are kind of defended. Also, if we just draw a little bit of a horizontal line here, you can see this high right here. And then maybe we do as far back as this one. So this kind of range, call it like 225 to 230-ish, give or take. That may be an area of resistance. We got the anchored view out there. We got a lot of things. So just something I want to keep an eye on. Just a short-term trade. It's not any of the normal trend following stuff that I do. Just something that I think could work. And again, we can just track it here. Took a trade on the sim, just waiting to mirror it in the real world. So KWeb is doing well. Finally over this high right here, this kind of 2650. I like the look of that. We zoom out on KWeb. For those who don't know, this is just a Chinese internet ETF. I do some trading of these ETFs, but mainly what I'm looking for when I'm looking at these ETFs is market sentiment, I guess, where money is flowing into, flowing out of, that type of area. Where it's right, what are people buying? What are people selling? That's the goals I have here when I'm looking at these. And KWeb seems to be doing really well. Solar, for example, selling off a little bit. I'm long a little solar from these lows. I've been buying kind of in this area. XLK technology, it's been doing very well. The Qs are doing very well as well, but still within the range. That kind of seems to be the theme here. If we look at XLK, which is our technology sector, that's in a range. XLY, which is consumer discretionary, we're in a range. Is there anything we're not in a range? Right, there's the Dow sitting in a range. MDY, it's mid caps. Yeah, we're in this range. So there's really nothing that's hitting new highs or lows. Here's Berkshire Hathaway. Nice looking pullback on BerkB, which is mostly, I think, Apple and financials, I think, on BerkB. So that's interesting. We have Jets selling off a bit. Jets is our airline ETF. I wonder if Boeing is in this ETF, because Boeing is just getting shellacked here. Tesla holding on. But yeah, Boeing, I think there was another, I was reading something, they had another Australian or New Zealand plane had an issue. It's just gross. We have the news over here. Let's see if there's anything. So this is yesterday. Boeing dips as U.S. launches criminal probe. Yeah, so that's what was going on yesterday. Boeing shares gap down. Yeah, U.S. launches criminal probe. And notice, right, in a downtrend, before this gap down, this continuation, there always seems to be, moving in the direction of the trend. You generally don't seem to see, NYCB, I think, is a perfect example. You generally don't see NYCB. No bank that's ever been in an uptrend has gone bankrupt, but the ones that are in downtrends, good on you if you're going to try to catch the lows on these things. Not for me. Gold down a little bit, about time. And we go to the weekly chart on gold. This has been an absolute rocket ship since we broke this massive rounded bottom right here. We broke out of that, just a massive breakout, and then a continuation last week. I think it was up 7 days or 8 days in a row at one point. So needs a rest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days straight up in a row. So a little bit of a pullback or a rest, I think, is definitely warranted. I keep forgetting about PIS. This is, we talked about on the podcast, PISL or PSIL. Yeah. I keep forgetting I want to put this on my watch list. And what's the weed ETF? Where is it? Send to Symbolist ETF. MSOS. I think that's it. Yeah, MSOS is on there as well, because that's pulling back to an interesting level. I'll cycle these ETFs in and out based off of what's in the news. I used to spend a lot of time looking at the wheat ETF and looking at was their soybeans and all this stuff, basically based off of the Russia invasion of Ukraine. There was all these different, major, hey, we're going to run out of food, everything's crazy, blah, blah. So I brought up the ETFs then, and I don't watch them nearly as much now. So again, if you're new to trade ideas, this is a good little lesson. You can build your own watch list and you can point scans to that watch list. So if you don't know how, let's just walk through it here. You bring up your main bar here and you go into tools, you go into symbol lists, and it brings up this little box and you can edit the symbol list however you want. So I have tons of symbol lists here. A lot of these I need to actually delete. These were like tests and things like that. So we'll delete those lists. But one that I watch all the time is, where is it? Did I just delete my ETF list? No, it's right here. So I have 62 names in it, and I just keep adding. As someone brings up an ETF and that ETF seems interesting to me, I'll add it and I can go in every now and then. And then another way, if you see just a single symbol and you want to go, okay, I want to add this. So we're going to add the weed stock to the ETS. You just right click on the chart and then click send to. Then there's a symbol list here. And this will list all of the symbol lists that you have in the back end. So I'm just going to add it to ETF right here. So eventually, after a couple seconds anyway, it will pop up on this. So then when I have these scans looking at, if I right click and configure these scans, there's nothing, I should really even take out those filters. There's no need for any filters in here because all I want to see, let's get rid of that. And then I have it sorted by, let's do symbol list. Where is it? Sort. Let's do change from the close. Change from the close. And I'm just choosing what to sort it by. I can just click sort by. Blam. So then this is showing me the top 10 symbols from this particular list. And then if you want to flip that, you can actually duplicate here and then just hit configure and click flip. So how I point it at the list is I go to symbol lists and add existing list, and you have all either your symbol list there, and they'll be bracketed with personal. So anything that's a personal list, you see that there. All the ones that are not personal are ones that we have made. So the different, right, defense, dashboard, execution, I don't even know what that is, but energy, defense, we have all these different sectors right here that we want to make sure that we're kind of always updating in the background. And you can then build these in. So for me, I just grabbed ETF and I grabbed our own sector watch just in case. If there's a duplicate there, it doesn't matter. It doesn't show up twice. It will just only show up once, but it will make sure you're not missing anything. And then on this box on top, I just click only the following lists and click OK. So now this is the list that is down, right? The ones that are down the most. So that PSIL, that's down the most. And the reason I'm watching this is because we actually talked about this in the podcast that we put up on the weekend. And that's because of this MindMed had breakthrough news and it had this big gap. And just like, oh, this is just a paper trade I have going on. Let's just buy it again. So I often use the paper trading sometimes as a watch list too. The idea, and this is exactly what Steve was talking about, is that you don't want to chase the thing after it's gone from, $5 to 10. You want to wait for a pullback, or you want to wait for a rest. You want to wait for a moving average to catch up. So that's what I'm doing here with this guy. Is I just want to see, and that's why I want to keep the sector on watch as well. And if it digs in here and maybe chops around here for a couple days or a couple more weeks, and then breaks this base to the upside, then I'm interested in it, right? Then I want to go, okay, well, if it's going to break out now, then that's the time to, add more shares or go big or something like that. Just 1 second, guys. Sorry about that. It's hilarious that I said, "Hey, we're expecting a delivery today." I I think it's going to come the second I start streaming for the Q&A stream, and lo and behold, that's when the delivery came. Funny how that works. Any other time today would have been a fine time, but the time that I log on with you guys, that's when everything's going. So UNG, man, I want to at some point get this turn in UNG, but I just don't. I don't have the guts, and I don't think it's the time to start going into this thing as it's just getting decimated on UNG from $135 here at August 2022 down to $15 at some point. And you notice, right, they don't look like it, but there's some wicked rallies on this from 28 to 40. That's over 50% gain from 24 to 30. So, right, what's this, from 16 to nearly 30? So that's almost a double. So there's some epic rip your face off rallies in this thing. I'm just not going to be the guy. I'm not going to be the guy to guess that. Just not what I'm after. There are some people who live for that stuff. I know Andy that we work with here at Trade Ideas, he's more of a revision to the mean guy. But for me, I was hoping that we would get some sort of push up and then some sort of consolidation or pullback that held or something here. And thankfully, I was patient enough to wait for it. And then a move after that, but push up and then chop, push up, pull back, and then a hold, but just right back down. Because eventually, you don't think, well, I was about to say, it's not going to go to zero, but oil did, so I guess it can. Probably can't stay at zero, but it can certainly go to zero. BITO is one of the Bitcoin ETFs. What are some of the other? See, I like to use MSTR. As funny as it is with MicroStrategy, that's at this point, that's all they are. Nice breakout of this resistance area right here on Bitcoin. Obviously overextended. That doesn't mean anything for Bitcoin. Bitcoin can be insanely overextended, but I'm certainly not buying Bitcoin up here. If anything, I'd be a seller, but this to me is just kind of the opposite of natural gas. I can't buy it up here and I can't sell it up here. There's another thing, again, if anyone tuned into Trader TV yesterday after the close when I was talking to Sean, he was talking about what was it? Not MindMed. Mara. Sorry. Mara. And he was saying, hey, what's going on with Mara? And I say, hey, if Bitcoin is just rallying every single day, up, and this can't participate with that, it can't rocket with this would be the way I would participate to the short side myself if I was one that wanted to bet against Bitcoin. I think this is the move. If Bitcoin's going to top out at some point and move lower, bear markets and everything always happen. I'm going to go after something like this because if it can't participate when Bitcoin's going up, then when Bitcoin sells, which will happen at some point in its life, Mara here is going to be, I think, a prime suspect. Could be why there's so many shorts. 24% short float in Mara. Could be a lot of people that are betting. So this is, for me, this is what I would do, because if, it's like if you're a gold miner and your stock is not going up as gold is rocketing, then you have something fundamentally wrong with your company that is being reflected by the people who study this stuff. And we all know that I don't, and I don't care. But yeah, the idea is that, yeah, if this thing isn't going to participate, then if Bitcoin turns and Bitcoin starts to push lower, then I think this is going to be the good target to take a short on. If you can find it. If it's that heavily shorted, I haven't checked, but if it's that heavily shorted, it might not be easy to get a short on. And then I wonder how the rest of them are doing. So Riot. Yeah, Riots are the same. So these aren't participating. Is it Hive? Hive is another one. Hive blockchain not participating. Yeah, so if they're not participating in the move, then it's over. Because you got to understand, these were used as de facto ETFs before the ETFs existed, but they're businesses, right? It's not like, so MSTR I'm fine with using as because until we get enough price action in the ETF, so as a technical analyst who doesn't care about MERs or carry ratios or anything like that, I just want to see the price action. The people moved from the ETFs and they moved into these crypto miners, but these crypto miners are businesses and they're not very good businesses. If you look at Mara, where's our earnings date? Do we have an earnings per share? Where I have it over here. EPS. Oh, so they made a little bit last quarter. That's good. Yeah, because there's a lot of overhead in these businesses. They're very sensitive, and Riot made it okay money. They're very sensitive to things like energy rates. They're very sensitive to things like energy rates, because as someone who worked in a crypto miner for a brief period of time in like 2018, their entire business model is dumping energy and hardware into math problems and then having those math problems push them out as well. So you're no longer getting the benefits of it being an ETF, because those people who were doing it, the algos that would trade Bitcoin versus Mara are gone now, because they're going to trade Bitcoin versus the actual ETF. So what you're left with is these business who have things like overhead costs, and they have things like staff, and they have things like they have to buy GPUs, and they have the lawyers and accountants and all of the stuff that businesses have. So now yes, they're going to move with Bitcoin, but they don't have, in my opinion, that umph anymore that they did, the leverage that they did, because their business model has kind of fundamentally changed. So that's right. That's all. I'm not a major crypto dude. It was just something that I had. Now I still have some Coinbase. On this one, I'm simply waiting. The very kind of faded first line I have here. I've talked about this a few times. I bought on this breakout on Coinbase, and my out is just a close below this 8 EMA. So until we see something that ends up being a reason for me to close this, I'm not gonna do it. It's just the game plan I have. Because knowing me, buying this, I think it was, I want to say it's around here. It's around 140 something. So probably somewhere in this range. There's no way I'd be still in this at 152 if I didn't put a hard and fast rule that says, here's your moving average. If it closes below the moving average, get out. If it doesn't close below the moving average, stay in, and just really, really let it go. I just know myself. I would be finding excuses to get out of this. Same thing that I did with NVIDIA, and I talked about this a few weeks ago when I was in it. I bought on this breakout, and then I got out here. Now, obviously, I would have loved to say, hey, no, I was still in. But I got out here because of two reasons. One, it had the close below the 80 EMA, which is what I was using for an exit. And then it also had earnings coming up. So I wanted to get out of that as well. So if Michael, I don't care about if Kathy's buying it. No, it's a shit, awful stock. And, you mentioned Kathy Woods, ARKK, proven to be just not a great investor at all. right? 150 down to 50. So while the markets are making new all-time highs, Bitcoins are making new all-time highs, Google, Apple, Microsoft, all making new all-time highs. RSP, which is the equal weight S&P 500, making new all-time highs. Kathy's still down, what, 90%? Well, let's do a weekly chart. For those who don't know, we actually have drawdown charts inside of Trade Ideas. You can go to Indicator and go to Drawdown and add that. And yeah, let's do add. So what this does is essentially just the drawdown from whatever the highest period is. So yeah, she's still down 70% from her highs. So I would rather invest with just about anybody than Kathy, because she has proven she just doesn't really know what she's doing right now. Right now, right? That could change. So I'm just not going to take the advice of someone who's down 70% from all-time highs as the SPY. All right, you can see this drawdown chart is right at all-time highs. This is a very interesting chart, and I guess probably a lot of people don't even know that this was built in. But it defaults, so if I right-click and I modify the indicator, it defaults to 252 because on average, there is 252 trading days. Yeah, she bought SoFi. So if anything, knowing that she bought SoFi and her investment strategy, the kindest way we could say it is her investment strategy is not working now and hasn't for 3 years. If anything, that would be a reason to short SoFi, right? If you take someone and they are generally speaking wrong and consistently wrong at trading and investing, and you see them do something, and then you decide to do the same thing, knowing that they're consistently and often wrong at the thing, my question would be, why would you do that, right? Don't care that she bought coin. You can just go to ARK and you can find out her performance. She's down 68% from her all-time highs, whereas the S&P 500 is through all-time highs. You could not underperform worse than Kathy is right now. So then I look at that and I say, okay, if I were to follow someone else's trading, or investing, which doesn't make any sense, because they're obviously telling you, after they have bought something, when they bought something. If I were to follow that, I would follow somebody who's good at it, right? So, let's take Burke. Let's take Mr. Buffett instead. So let's duplicate this into a free floating window so we can make this abundantly clear. And we'll go to indicators and let's just remove all the indicators. So we have Burke here. And then if we add, so we have Uncle Warren versus ARKK, Aunt Kathy. And we're going to track the two of them on a percentage basis. And let's zoom. Let's just do this on a weekly chart. Right. Would you rather be invested in this chart that's just slowly going up over time, or this one that had a little interesting flash in the pan there around the meme stock era when everyone else did, and then has been crashing to all-time lows ever since, right? So that's just, again, I don't recommend you following anyone's investing. Right? If you did want to use something like, I know a lot of traders do, I think they're called 13F filings of, insiders that are buying and selling their shares, or large investors like Warren Buffett. If you did want to do those, obviously you would want to apply a level of technical analysis on top of that, and I would pick winners. Right, I would find someone who's good. It's like that Michael Burry guy. Every time Michael Burry does something, he seems to get a lot of news. But that guy had one great trade in his life, and you can track the performance of his hedge fund since then. It's not like he's an awful trader, but he does okay. So I just don't know why somebody would, why you'd care. Right? For me, trading is all about having your own systematic trading plan in place so that you're able to weather any market, and you know what you're doing. People who just follow other people, generally speaking, in the long run, will not do well because they don't have their own style. They're just looking at what other people do. And if you're going to do that, I'd do it to someone who wins as opposed to someone who loses. Right, so old Uncle Warren, a little bit of a drawdown, but I would take his, down 1% to 2% from all-time highs off of Uncle Kathy's, what is it, 10 to 15%? Or no, sorry, 70% from all-time highs, right? No. So you're saying SoFi is making money and a bunch of funds are buying it? It's absolutely not the case. You know how I can tell that? Because if there was more people buying it than selling it, the price goes up. And if there's more people selling it than buying it, the price goes down. And right now you can just look at it, the price went down. So at some point that might change in which people start to buy SoFi, but it's not right now because the price is going down. That's the beauty of the market, is that there's no need to try to guess, right? There's no need to tell stories. Why, when I got in, I said, my initial process is I'm looking at where money is flowing into and out of, because you can see it. There is no way that something is getting bought up dramatically and going down. It just can't happen. That's the market. There is the sellers in SoFi right now, today, and in the last couple months, and in the last couple years, have been aggressively selling this thing. So if you want to make a bet that selling is going to stop, have at it. Good for you. But you cannot make the case that people are aggressively buying SoFi, because there are more people, bigger people with more money that are aggressively selling SoFi. So if you want to make the bet that is going to change right now, that's all power to you. That's not something that I would do myself. That's not the style that I trade, but if that style works for you, that's fantastic. But the beauty of it is that we never know what's going to happen in the future, but we know for certain what is happening right now. What is happening right now is that whatever happened on this date right here has caused a sell-off, more people selling SoFi. And because it's under, we can go back, we can put on that drawdown indicator, and we can look at some things. Let's go drawdown. So it defaults to 252, which is 1 year. So it is down 36% from its all-time highs this year. We can look at a couple things, like we can add in, say, year-to-date performance. Is it? Good figure. Let's just do all filters. Let's just go change. We have a change from January 1 somewhere. Just passed it. There it is. So we can add that column. We can go back to SoFi. So it's down 24% this year. It is down roughly another 10 or 15% this week. So the one thing is that if there's people buying, which there's always people buying, right? There's always people buying. There's always people selling. Well, we can just look at the price and we can say the sellers, in this case, are far more aggressive than the buyers. So for me, the way I trade, not something I'm interested in. And that's what I love about technical analysis. There's no way to predict what's happening, what's going to happen, but we can know for certain what's happening right now. So trend direction tells us this. Trend direction tells us what's happening right now. ELF, I haven't looked at this guy in a while, but it's always a good example I can go to. ELF, people are buying ELF. You can look at this chart and you can say, yes, every time it dips, there seems to be buyers. You can never tell for certain how long that will persist. You can never tell for certain, when the turn will happen, and that will be the end of it. But the one thing we do know is that the buyers in ELF are far more aggressive than the sellers. Actually, just bringing this up randomly to make this point, it's a nice, interesting looking bull flag here in ELF, right? Few days pullback. It's an interesting one. So these are the kind of stocks that I like to go to. Now, at some point, this story, whatever it is, I don't know, and I quite frankly, don't care, will be over. But for now, I know that this is whatever it is as a company. I know it's some sort of beauty supply. It says right there in the name. I think I asked my wife one day because the performance was crazy, and she said they made discount beauty supplies and that they're very popular on the TikToks or something. They got very popular for people comparing their stuff versus the more expensive, and they do well. But I'd rather be buying something like this, knowing that it's doing well, and at some point that will change and that will turn, than trying to be the guy who predicts, right, what's going to occur. Right, so that's my plan, is say, hey, let me find stuff going up. Let me find stuff that looks like it could be a good entrance. Sorry, I paused there for a second because let's actually just do this right here. I'm going to put in create a price alert. We're going to do that for 106. And I'm just going to put a buy order here because this is going right there. So what I would look for, and I trade from a close to close basis, is how I swing trade. So I want to see this thing close above this kind of trend line right here. That's the game plan I would have on something like ELF, and then see if we can get another leg higher in this one. But if you want to look for things that are in nice uptrends, and then you wanted to do some sort of fundamental analysis to them to see if you think those uptrends are going to continue, I would suggest looking at the TI strength alerts. So everything that is in this list, at least for a few months or so, is going to be in an uptrend. Even something like this that is still down from its highs. You can see a nice kind of rounded bottom there. It's above a lot of price history. It's breaking out today. That's a nice look for me on this Daktronics, whatever, sign manufacturing of all things. Oh, the exciting industry of sign manufacturing. GoDaddy, nice strong uptrend, breaking out to new highs. Chubb, the old Chubb Limited, is doing well. A lot of these floating rate funds are doing well. I'm not a bond guy, but I should ask a couple of my buddies who are bond guys. I bought a little bit of TLT somewhere in this area because, right, just to talk about trend again, this thing in a long term is in a downtrend, but had this nice bounce off the lows and then came in. It looks like it's holding into this trend well, just for a short-term bet. I was wondering if those were correlated. Doesn't seem to be. This IMMR, I know this was in the trade of the week this week, or not the trade of the week, the TI strength alerts this week. And that, again, yeah, it seems to be doing really, really well here. This symbolic is very interesting to me. Let's make this a monthly chart out here. Because if you look at this, so down here on the picture-in-picture chart now, I just switched this to a monthly chart. You can see this thing's been absolutely insane. And I wonder if this is just a big monthly pullback that's going to lead to higher highs. The thing that I'm interested about this, look at that short float, 32%. So 1/3 of the entire float is short. And they can't be doing too well. It's at the highs here are 60. So if the highs there are 60 and it's at 46, those shorts aren't printing money. So, oh, this tool, someone's asking my markup tool. If you actually want to put them on the chart, I would just use the built-in trade ideas tools. This that I'm using to draw on my screen, it's called Epic Pen. This is just a presenter tool that you can download. It's free if you want to try it. It's Epic Pen, but none of these lines will stick to the charts. I use this exclusively when I'm presenting to you guys, right? When I'm doing a live stream or something like this. To mark up your charts, right, I would just do something. You hit this, there's a little pencil button right here in your charts. You open those up, and then you've got a couple options. And then if you click the little down arrow on those, it expands to even more options. right? So the top one here is a trend line. This one is our nice. This is the CMT approved. If you're a CMT, you need to draw these rounded bottoms here everywhere. So the reason you want to do this is because it will stay, right? So if I go back to IMMR and I go back to SYM, you can see that the lines stay, right? So that's what I would recommend for the longer term chart is this guy, just because, right, they'll stay if you go around them, right? Yeah, Steve uses Epic Pen. I think I showed Steve Epic Pen. I think we all have some type of, there's probably 1,000 of these tools out there. I just choose Epic Pen because it's free and I remember that it's there. I have it. So we just need to show you something, right? If I'm drawing on charts, I'm using the standard markup tools and trade ideas, but you can't draw, not that you would really want to as a user, but you can't draw on like your single stock window or anything like that. So for me, this is just, when I'm talking to you guys, I might want to point at that or point over here or talk about that or something like that. So that's just what that is. So if you do anything like that, I think it was built like by teachers for teachers. I think I read on their website, and it makes sense from a teacher's point of view where, I'm sure that tons of these tools popped up in the old pandemic, right? Everyone's got their own tool that they have to talk about, and they've got the Zoom meetings, the never-ending Zoom meetings. But yeah, when I'm presenting to you guys, or when I'm presenting to, people at Trade Ideas for things, like, hey, I want you to. What happens if we, right, take that and move it over here and do, right, just all this as a remote office. The ability to quickly mark up your screen is much needed. See, anything you want to do that's cool though, you have to buy. Because that highlighted cursor, that'd be kind of cool. Maybe I'll buy them. It's one of those, at this point, I kind of feel bad using it for free, so I should probably buy it. I think I've used this for free for 5 years at least. So Kindmark, which is a movie theater, I guess, in the States. Nice trend here. Nice holding the ADMA. Nice uptrend, breaking out here. That's a nice look. And then you take a look at something like AMC. Yeah, and that looks like it's about to break down to new lows here. So that's what I talk about when I talk about relative strength. Right? I want relative strength. So the idea is, in the movie theater industry, if you're like bullish, so say you're fundamentally bullish on the movie theater industry and you think more people are going to be, looking at and going to the movies and movies are going to make more money, then I would go and I'd look at a couple movie theaters and I would say, well, AMC is obviously in a downtrend and doing horribly. And then CNK is an uptrend doing well. I can't clear this out, but every time I bring it up, it makes me laugh. This was, if you went to took our short only contest, I was participating as well. And that was my trade, is I took a short right here into earnings on AMC in the contest just for fun. So every time I go to AMC, it says I'm short 200,000 shares of AMC at $7 or $4.76. And it's like I keep going, and I think we're gonna figure out a way in the back end to remove them soon, but I can't exit that, and it just keeps showing up on the account, which is funny. So yeah, I'm just going through TI strength, and again, TI strength is an algorithm which I created, so I'm biased to it, but it does a really good job at showing this is the stuff that's strong right now. Stay with this stuff that's strong. Stay away from this stuff that is weak. You'll, based off of all of the studies that are out there, things that are strong continue to be strong. Things that are weak continue to be weak. So a lot of my trading comes from these right here. This is an interesting one, for example. We have MasterCard showing up on the strength alert scan, so I know it's a strong name. and a nice little bull flag. So the thing to keep in mind, if you're a pattern guy like me, is that this is not picking up patterns. This is basically ranking stocks, how strong they are based off a series of indicators. That's what this setup is doing. It doesn't know technically how these look. So some may look great, some may look horrible. But that, for me, that is the perfect meld. And that's what I do a lot of my trading around, where I have a algorithm that says, okay, this algorithm works. We've back tested it. We've been running it live for years. It doesn't work all the time. Nothing works all the time. If you're looking for the thing that makes you money every day, go somewhere else and go to a job. I think that's the point of them, is they'll pay you money every day. But it shows over time what's strong, and we know that relative strength has persisted to be a great market tool all the way since the market existed. I have seen over 100 years of studies of relative strength and its persistence. So for me, it's like, could it just turn around and stop one day? Absolutely. Don't really, I'll adapt and I'll find something else that does. But this continues to work, and it continues to be my favorite scan, but I'm not just going to buy everything from it like a robot. That doesn't make any sense either. So what I do is I take the scan and I go through it as you're seeing me go through now. And I try to look for names that look good to me. And by look good is mean I want to get an entry and I want my stop loss to be close. Because what makes the trader is the ability to take risks. And there's a good book by this I've just started listening to. Is it called, let me see, Best Loser Wins? Yeah, that's it. This has been great so far. It's got an audio book thing. And I've been listening to it, and it's by a very successful trader. And the idea, well, it says it right in the title, right? Best Loser Wins. And he basically goes over a bunch of different traders and trading philosophies and styles. And at the end of the day, it's the guy who is the best at taking a loss has the greatest success in the long run of trading. So for me, what I'm looking for when I'm scanning through this list is, right, give me a low risk entry. I know the trend's on my side. I know the algorithm's on my side, so I have some advantage as well. But then I want to know when I'm wrong right away. So if I buy it, say it closes right here, and I buy some at 470.20, and I put my stop at 464, that's not a big risk at all. So then the question is, can I get 2 to 3 times that risk? Do I think I can? On a relatively consistent basis. And then by relatively consistent, I mean 40% of the time. If I can make 2 times my risk on a trade, and I can do that 40% of the time, and then I just multiply that out, 1,000 times, then in the long run, I'll do great. And so that's it for me. So the algorithm helps me decide these are the names to look at. And my own eye decides that this is a good place potentially for an entry with a low risk stop. Those are the trades I take. How do you find this in TI Strength? The easiest way to do it, so it's TI Strength in some places and it's TI Swing Picks in some others. So we got to clean that up for sure. But if you open up your channel bar, so sorry, I should do that slower. Go New, and then Dock Channel Bar. And it opens up this bar right here, and you've got a couple things, right? You get your Trade Mentor, and this is this Barry. You have all these things: Portfolio Master Challenge, Explosive Winner, Stock Racing, blah blah. So you see this Swing Picks right here. You just click on that, and I'll walk you through the channel a bit because there's a couple things with it. So first thing that you see right away is this window pops up. So this is an email that gets sent out to all Trade Ideas subscribers each week. One is just a simple commentary by myself, just very, very simple, saying, hey, this is the chart of the SPY. When I took this is what I'm seeing. I have it annotated a bit. Let me just shrink this. I think it's the idea surfing. It's just kicking me out. There we go. Put that back. And then these are the top 5 names. And the reason we send this out to all subscribers is because when I ran the back test, I ran it on these top 5 names just to prove, again, there's some validity to this. It's not going to make you a trillionaire overnight. It's not what it's trying to do. But these are the 5 names with, levels of interest for entries and stop losses. Again, we're not telling you what to do. We're not financial advisors, but this is just kind of things that I'm doing. And that's there every week. That gets updated sometime on the weekend with just new charts, all of that. And then when you go into the channel, if you close that out, you have a TI strength list. So these are the top 5 names with a tree map, see how they're doing. So GPS is Gap, right? Gap was actually a buy over this candle. That was a great little trade. HRS was a buy over this candle. So I don't think it actually happened yet. IMMR, GPK, right? And this little guy back here, but he's not moving today. But these are the top 5 lists right here. And then down below here is what I was showing you before. So this is where all of these names dig in. And that's the easiest way to do it. Now, if you have a layout you want to add this to, you can always right click on any one of these. This is the one that updates every 30 seconds. And then I say duplicate to which one you have for your different lists. Rum here is actually listening, is actually doing well. I'm going to take a screenshot of that because I know Steve likes the story behind Rumble, and he likes it when the actual the chart confirms story. So you take a look at something like this, and then it's what we talked about before, where you have to decide on top of whatever you're doing, what is interesting. So, for example, Rum is very interesting because it has a short float here of 23%. It's a nice looking chart. And then we have this move right here. All right, so we have this nice little, I call it a bull flag or a pennant or whatever you want. And we have a nice breakout of that today on 2 times normal volume. So again, you have the algorithm that backs it up. You have a short-term trend that backs it up. We know trends persist over time. You have a breakout on 2 times normal volume on Rumble. And then I know for me, it's always when I look at a chart, I go, where do I get out if I'm wrong? And that has to be obvious to me because I don't want to have to kind of second guess. So what I'm doing is I'm just clicking through and I'm saying, okay, right under these lows right here. That for me is, if it pulls back to that area, I'm out. So then time to do a little math. So we go here and we say, okay, so say I buy at 465. Say it closes at, 765. Close at 765. And then let's get out, let's say at 665 just to make the math easy. So I am risking $1 per share. Now, I like the trend. I like the breakout on strong volume. I like the technical pattern. I like that it's in the algorithm. So those are all the things that are kind of marking against and saying, okay, these are the things that I'm interested in. Now that I'm interested in those things, I take a look and I say, well, I'm going to lose $1 if I'm wrong. Now, do I think it is theoretically possible that I make $2? Because that's all I'm trying to do. If I can 50% of the time, if I can 40% of the time make $2, which puts us up at 965, zoom out a little bit, so right under 10. If 40% of the time I can lose $1 and make $2, then that's a good trade. Do I think that I have a decent chance for it to get up to, let's say, $10? And yeah, I think just looking at the chart that's possible. So all of those things combine, and to me, that's going to be a trade that I'm going to be interested in taking. So I'm going to put a price alert out. All right, so just a little thought process on my trades. For the reason, we got 3 minutes till Barry comes back. We look at the numbers. Say you take 10 trades, right? And I'm going to use that 40% win rate. And on 4 of those trades, you make $200, right? So on your winners, you've made $800, Geez, that drawing is awful. So on our winners, we're making $800 because on 4 of our trades, we're making $200. Just keeping the math simple. And then on 6 of the trades, we're wrong, so we lose $600. So then even with a 40% win ratio, I make money. And that's all I want to do. Now, say I assume a 40% win rate, but say I'm right 50% of the time, great, or 60% of the time, fantastic. But I always try to set up my trades so that if I have less than a 50-50 win rate, then over time I'll make money on less than a 50-50 win rate. Because as soon as I reach that milestone, then I know it's a good trade. It's like how I don't like comparing trading to gambling much, but when it comes to trading, poker makes the most sense because there's a lot of probabilistic considerations on them. So if you think about it, a lot of people will talk about pot odds, right? Mathematically, you're just trying to say, does this trade make sense mathematically over time? But regardless of what you think is going to happen to the stock, because nobody knows for sure. So if that's right, and probabilistically you're just correct over time, great, solved. And then now you just have to repeat that thing with a very consistent edge, kind of risking the same amount on every trade over and over and over again, controlling your emotions. And at the end of the day, you'll end up making money. And then the goal is, as you get more and more trades under your belt, and hopefully you're journaling them and writing them down and learning from your trading experience, that 40% becomes 50%, becomes 60%, becomes 70%. And you just get that amount of money instead of $200 every 10 trades. You're risking, maybe $1,000 a trade. You're making $2,000 every 10 trade, but you're getting a little bit better. So now you're making $5,000 on average every 10 trades. And then you're just ratcheting that up over time. So eventually your account's big enough where you're risking $10,000 on a trades and you're right 60% of the time. So now you're making, $50,000 on every 10 trades. And that's it. That's trading math. Everything else is just a poke in that direction.
Sign me up.
Okay, Barry, it is, what's the trade? It's $100 a month. You're signed up.
$100 a month, I can do it. And by the way, stop being so darn cheap, okay? I bought Epic Pen. I think it cost $25, okay? So
Is that it? Yeah, I've used them for probably
lifetime,
10 years
lifetime.
now. Okay.
And I have no idea. I think I got a couple extra things that you don't have. I can't remember what they are.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, $25 for a lifetime. Do it.
Yeah, I know. They definitely. It's like you milk that free trial long enough. It's like even if I never used it another day in my life, I feel like I owe them.
Exactly. And it's a great free tool, though. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I mean, it works exactly the way you want it to. And it's simple, and you don't have, even if you didn't use it for a week, you can think, how do I do this? No problem. You know what I mean? I mean, it's very intuitive. So
very intuitive. It's very
really
simple.
like
I
right, my friend,
highly
I'll let you
recommend for the weirdos like us that have to annotate our screen. That's just a very small subset of people, I think.
Exactly.
So,
okay, Michael, thanks for spelling me. We'll see you next week.
All right, I'll talk. The sound was okay this time?
The sound was perfect. Yeah.
Oh,
perfect.
okay, perfect. Awesome. Well, thank you very much.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Both rooms. And let me get this up, just up here. So guys, I'm actually kind of looking at INSEE as a potential bounce play here. Okay, now I think we need might need the market to help us a bit. This showed up on my bounce scanner, okay, and right there, 59.01. So it's still hanging over that price, and but maybe it's a little too market dependent. I'm not sure. Yeah, actually, I had to expand this, so I didn't even know. I shrunk my chart down, so I didn't know this was happening. So, but you know what? It might bounce a little bit. This is from the bouncers toppers. When things get a little bit slow, I start to look at these things. The other one I've been now. Hopefully, some of you took advantage of that SELX. I have a couple of price alerts for the SELX, and they are up. Come on, they were up in this area here, around the 250 mark. Okay, right around here, you can kind of see. Now, it's been choppy. I mean, you don't have you have some topping tails, you have some bottoming tails. I think if it can take out 250, this 260 level, it might get going, and then the next high looking left is 265. If somehow it can take that out, maybe today, maybe tomorrow, then you start looking left and look how much room it's got, 439. And remember, this has come from 80 cents, 80 odd cents in 4 days. So, and I know it's not really one share in the float. I think I looked and it's around 9 million in the float. Meanwhile, so this INSEE, I mean, it's interesting. I just wish the market wouldn't be I wish the market would just start moving up a little bit or not move down. I mean, that's maybe it doesn't have to be moving up. I just don't want it to move down. To try to play a bounce in something, especially something that might be a little bit market dependent. Okay. Mitch is sort of the same thing. You can see Mitch, MTCH, alert at 3301. You can see it's hanging there. Probably needs some market help, because if it can get going, I mean, the next high is 3328, probably some resistance around 3340. It wouldn't be bad though if it had a move like that. But I think we might need some market help. And I am sharing this, the Mounters Toppers, I am sharing it. You need some simple guidance? Okay, well, Jim, let me see if I can give you some simple guidance. This is from Jim Gallagher in our YouTube room. You have a specific question or hey guys, again, keep an eye on the SELX. I mean, if it takes this 250 out, I mean, it could go. I mean, the trend is up. The trend is up. Been choppy, but the trend is up. Yeah, 1 p.m. Oh, okay. The auction. You're right. 1 p.m. the auction. I don't know. Not a huge reaction so far. The bond auction. Where do I start to make a stock screener? Okay, so you want to create a scan from scratch, Jim? Okay. Okay, first of all, I'm going to direct you. I mean, I'll show you, but I'm also going to direct you to our guide, okay? Because it sounds like what you want is an alert window, okay? And whatever I say right now, you should, I want to show you where you can get some like reinforce the information I'm giving you. Well, it's not a matter of reading the filters though, okay? So I mean, if you go to the guide, if you click on my homepage link and then go scroll down until you see the guide, click here on the guide or the education section, then click on the guide. So right here, alert windows and top list windows. Okay, so this gives you how you can create an alert window and a top list window. Now, I can't tell you, I can't tell you what you're going to want, but I mean, this tells you how to create an alert window or how to create a top list window. Okay, those are the two column scans. Like the top lists are screeners, and the alert windows are scans. So what, like, when you like, I mean, do you have an idea about what you want to what you want to see? Like what style of trader you are? I mean, what are you looking to do? Because I mean, you start off with a new alert window, click on new from the toolbar, and then alert window shows up. Well, I click on new and then alert window, and you can start from scratch, load the settings. Okay, now you have a blank window. Now you have to fill it in. I can't tell you what price range you want. I can't tell you minimum volume that you want. You're not seeing the new alert window. Okay, so are you using our web-based version or the downloadable application? Do you have a toolbar that looks like this? File, new, tools, windows, etc. Can you see what I'm pointing at? Is that what your toolbar looks like? Or are you using the web-based version? So does your toolbar say file, new, tools, windows? Okay. That's a little more difficult. Now, is there a reason why you're using the web-based version? I mean, it's a lot better if you can use the downloadable application, or is it because you have a Mac, or like is there a reason why you're using the web-based version? I mean, if you have a PC, it's way better to use the downloadable application, okay? But I have to know the reason why you're using the web-based version is why? Because you have a Mac? Do the download. 100% do the download, Jim. 100%. Way it's a lot more robust. It's easier to navigate. Okay. So do the download. Okay. Go to my homepage, like I put in there. And what I would do is, okay, so if you click on my homepage link, then scroll up to where it says download. Okay. And then I would download the beta, TI Pro AI beta. Okay. Download the beta. Okay. Yeah. Definitely do that. It'll be way, way better than the web-based version. Okay. And then we can start talking about how to create an alert window and all. All right, guys, SELX, maybe this is it. Is just got to get through the high of yesterday. The high of yesterday is not that far away, 268. It's just got to get through that high of yesterday, and it may start to run. What's the volume like? So the relative volume is 6. The yeah. So a lot of good volume, guys. 2.3 million. Download the beta. Yes, download the beta, Jim. Don't worry that it's called beta. Okay, just download the beta for sure. I'll explain why once you've done it. So we have another halt here. So this, wow, what the heck has been happening with this thing? SPPL? That's crazy. Halted, 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 halted. It's not so simple. Seriously, I mean, this is crazy. I think I'm gonna clear all this. It's nonsense to keep looking at this one that's been halted a million times. Well, I don't think there was a huge reaction to the bond auction. I mean, there's a red bar right there, but I don't not like we're having a giant red bar. So the bond auction has come and gone at 1 o'clock. Whoa, INSEE guys, look at INSEE on the move here. Little bit of a move for INSEE. Now this might start giving me a little extra source of income. Okay, I don't expect huge moves in any of these. These are all the bounce plays right now. I'm obviously too many to a lot of bounce plays. Well, I'm trying to think why. Well, the market, of course, was down at the beginning, but did not have nearly the same number yesterday. Anything in Again, I am sharing this scan. Okay, the bouncers toppers. Anything in blue is a potential bounce. Anything in orange is a potential short. Okay. So here's the same thing now with the Fox A. Now the Fox A doesn't look like it has much support. The alert at 29.33, it's right there now. But this doesn't seem to have a lot of support. If you looked at the other ones, they were sort of basing a little bit and then they bounced a little bit. But this one, this doesn't have, to me, a lot of support. So it's sort of a guess whether it's going to bounce from here. It just looks weak, in my opinion, of course. Little weakness, excuse me, little weakness now in Bitcoin underneath 70. Bit moving down a little bit of weakness in Bitcoin now, at a couple of $1,000, just underneath 70,000. All right, you were just talking about works, WORX, and through the VWAP. Wow, yeah, way through the VWAP now. 181 is the VWAP. Guys, this is one heck of a bounce now for INSEE. A great bounce for INSEE. Way more than I thought. Like, I mean, way more. And we're not getting any market help, really. All I was asking for was it to not keep moving down. So we're not really getting market help. It's not like the market is ripping. This is a great bounce for INSEE. I'm going to have to try to, yeah, figure out a solid way to figure out. In fact, I may have to toughen up the filters. I don't want so many alerts. And again, this is just to show you two potential toppers in orange and potential bouncers in blue. Okay, these are just two scans put into this multi-strategy window. Okay, and basically you can kind of see. I mean, ahead of Incie's bounce, which is a great bounce. It was at least. You know what? Let me break this out. I'm going to show you exactly what this is looking for. So on the bounce side, I'm going to open the alert window, and this is what it's looking for. So, and of course, you can make changes if you want, but the price is between $1 and $100, 500,000 shares minimum. This gives it, the stock has to be down at least 5-minute candles in a row. Okay, has to be below the VWAP, has to be 22 or less on the RSI. So, I mean, when you look at 5 candles in a row below the VWAP and the RSI no more than 22, most people would look at this and go, okay, these are beaten up stocks. And then the trigger, and I don't often get, I may even remove this. I can't remember the last time I had a 2-minute hammer, but the trigger would be either, well, it's a new low of the day or a new 5-minute high. Most of the time, well, I got right there, a new 5-minute high. So that means you had the alert and then it made a 5-minute high. If that makes sense. Well, that's a fabulous bounce for Incy. And then the other one is just basically the reverse. It would have to be up five. So if you're looking at to play a short on something you think might have gone a little parabolic, then it has to be up at least 5 candles in a row. It has to be above the VWAP. The RSI would have to be 78 or more. Okay, so just the flip of this, and then you would get an alert if it made a new high or a 5-minute low, and I guess the reverse of the 2-minute hammer. Hopefully, all that makes sense. And again, I'm sharing that scan. Fingers crossed, Mon. Fingers crossed. On the SELX. Yes. Okay. Okay. Well, let's see how much more it can go, guys, on the SELX. Wow. Okay, I look, you know me. I so close to that whole number now, 3. I've taken some off now. Okay, that's the SALX, and the idea now is again 4. I mean, I'm not saying it's getting up here. Okay, But that is the next high. That's on a daily chart. That is the next high on a daily chart, 439. So it almost got to 3. I think it got to 288 or so. 289, 289. But if you took this one, I'd be taking some profit, guys. I mean, we don't know if it's going to get through 3. Meanwhile, look at Mara. Mara is now starting to fall with Bitcoin. But look at Mara now. I'm so interested to see what's going to happen with Mara and come on, Mara and Riot after April 15th when this Bitcoin halving takes place. Because again, these are the miners, and remember, Bitcoin was doing this, 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 this. Mara was doing just falling, sinking. All right, now there's the there is the SELX right there. Anything else sneaking in here that I've seen today? Now look, okay, now a bounce play because we're getting a nice green bar. What I'm gonna do now is I'm gonna check some of these to see if they've bounced yet at all. So, the LASL, yeah, so this has not bounced yet at all, okay? Now I'm not saying LASL is tied into the market, but it can't hurt. Now, the only caveat is this: is there a reason why this one is down? Is it an earnings play or is there some other reason? Because that has been straight down for a while. Okay, guys, I hope you're listening to me on the SCLX. Take some profit. I mean, the volume is great. It's the biggest volume bar of the day now on the 15-minute chart, but you got to be sensible. So now the Fox A, this is one reason I didn't like it, is because there was no base formed. So now maybe a little base is forming for Fox A. And again, the alert was at 29.33, so it's still there. So if you took this bouncers toppers, you might want to add in the type just so you kind of know why it's being alerted. Is it being alerted because it's a new low of the day, or is it because it's a new 5-minute high? So if you took this bouncers toppers, all you have to do is right click, go to properties, go to columns, and then click on type. And when you do, it'll move over. Whoop, what happened there? Click on type, and then it'll move over to this column, and then you can see it. It'll show up at the end here. You don't have to, okay? You don't have to, but it would be over at the end here, and you just have to grab it and then move it. Okay? And you can see exactly when it was alerted. Yeah, good draw. I don't know if you took this works, but yeah, works is really working well now. Another one that just screamed here. 1.1 million in the float. Bouncers, yeah, it's on my homepage, Stuart. Question is, where is the bouncers toppers? So Yeah, on my homepage. So I just put the link in. Okay, go to my homepage and then scroll down a bit, the middle section right there, my scans, and right at the very bottom, bouncers, toppers. Okay. And again, with the market doing this, putting in a nice big red bar or green bar, and being up to date, the bouncers probably would work better than the toppers. If the market starts moving down, you start getting some. Oh, look at Mitch. I mean, look at Mitch. So we had an alert here, 3301. You can see the arrow right there. It held that 3301, and now it's had it put in a nice little bounce. And a lot has to do with what the market is doing, I think. But so again, it's not a matter of when you get the alert, you just automatically take the trade. What this scan is doing is just showing you, okay, this is a stock that looks like it was beaten up a bit. Now start to watch it. Now you don't have to necessarily say glued to a chart. You might want to put a price alert somewhere. And if it took it out, you want to know about it. So you don't have to. You don't have to be glued to the chart. Strength. Okay. If it hits my stop, I'm out. I'm not going to. Doesn't. Okay. I'm not trying to be mean, but your question, the way it's phrased, to me doesn't make sense. What do you do if the trade looks like it's still going to work, but you've hit your stop? Why would I think it's still going to work if it's hit my stop? Because my stop is where I'm going to get out, or I think the trade isn't working. I mean, it may turn around later and work, but I can't predict that. Well, that's another issue. I mean, you have to have like a real reason why you're taking the trade. Where's your stop? Yeah, I mean, this is why you got to practice. But I'm not. When I go over money management, I do talk about things like that. You disobey your stop. It moves down. That manageable $100 risk amount starts turning into two, three, $400, and then yeah, then it turns around, and you think, yeah, I knew that would happen. Well, can that happen? Of course, but listen, for me, if it hits my stop, I'm out of the trade. It's that simple. Well, and you've got to, yeah. I mean, you. It sounds like you're chasing stocks. I mean, what did I say about the SALX? I'm not saying this was, unbelievably great, but the 250 break for me was key. I think I had some price alerts set in that area. And this was not really chasing because, it was still underneath the high of the day, I think. What was this area right there? The 240 level, right, actually right there. Yeah, 247, right there, taking out the high there. And then, I wish that next candle had done this immediately, but I mean, that's a great percentage move. I miss my entries too sometimes. But now, my excuse, of course, is that I'm tugged in a few directions. And if I miss my entry, I don't go chase it. You hear me say that. That I miss my entry, but I'm not gonna go chase it. But you have to also figure out, like, why is that your entry? Why do you think that trade should be taken there? That's why you've got to practice. That's why, you have a checklist of some sort. Why are you taking, I was listening to Michael, and Michael trades, even though he is a swing trader, way more than me, he trades virtually the same way as I do regarding money management. If you're listening to Michael, what did he say? The first thing he said was, okay, if I take this trade, where am I getting out of the trade if it's not working? Because they're all not, and he talked about only having a 40% win rate, and you can still make money as long as if you get a 1 for 2 on your winners. But the first thing he said, and that's what I say all the time, if I'm going to take this trade, where would I get out if it's not working? Okay, I'm not pointing to SELX. I mean, it's on my screen. But that's the first thing I think of. If it doesn't work, where am I getting out? Because they're not all going to work. Now, I won't see something unless it's satisfied a lot of my criteria, right? Because I mean, I'm not going to see something that's outside the price range I want, the minimum volume that I need, maybe the minimum relative volume that I need, all those sort of things. Built into my scans are a lot of the things that, I would normally, if I didn't have them in scans, I'd have to check off. Is this the right volume? Okay, yes, it is. Check. I'd have to do that manually. Well, I don't have to because every one of my scans is going to at least get me something, generate something that I could possibly trade because it's going to have at least the minimum volume I need. It's going to be in the right price range, the relative volume, things like that. So that's why, most of the things are checked. Then I just have to look, okay, where am I going to get out of this trade if it's not working? And then quickly look, okay, I know where my stop is. Can I make a multiple of that stop, at least a multiple of 2 of that stop distance before it hits the next high looking left on the daily or the weekly? I can't see it on the weekly chart. I mean, a lot of this is it's some quick thinking, right? But it's over a lot of years of practice. And I think that's what you have to, anybody listening to me, I mean, I think you have to have some kind of a plan. Why are you taking a trade? Why are you getting in at that price? But anyway, to answer your question, no. If it hits my stop, I'm out. I don't start to second guess myself. Used to. I mean, sure. It's human nature. Sure. Used to second guess myself, thinking, well, I know I put my stop there, but you know what? This is too good. I mean, I'm sure it's going to come back. And it took about, 4 or 5 trades like that where I had, I won't call them horrific losses, but way more than I ever should have taken. And I finally realized just obey the stop. Okay. You can always come back to the trade if it sets up again. Listen, I mean, I'm not just talking to you, Strength. I mean, it can take a lot. People say, well, how long will it take to learn? I don't know. How long would it take you to learn how to drive a car? How long would it take you to learn how to fly a plane? How long, I mean, depends. Everybody is different. There are people who learn how to drive a car and still terrible drivers. you know, but they got a license. Okay, well, if that's what you're looking for, then practice that. I mean, it's not what I look for, but that doesn't matter. There's no right or wrong trading style in that regard. But the key thing is to try to find something that you get reasonably confident at. That you like, it makes sense to you visually, mentally, the whole bit. And then, practice it for a month. I mean, it's not, listen, trading is not easy. I know I say it all the time, but trading is not easy. I think the problem with a lot of new traders is they jump around. Well, jumping around is not the worst thing because, at the very beginning, you don't know what you like. You're so, so, I can understand why somebody might go, well, I'm going to try this for a while, see if that works. You didn't like that. Okay, now try something else. I mean, I understand that. But I think once you kind of get set on what you think works and sort of, the fact that it might not work for 2 or 3 days in a row doesn't mean you scrap it entirely and just, start from square one. I mean, right now, my combo scan, I can say I don't think it's working that great right now, but it has worked so well over the last 4 or 5 months that, I'm not going to, turf it just because the last couple of days it hasn't given me exactly what I've been looking for. Now, if that stretches into a couple of weeks, 2 or 3 weeks, sure. Maybe what I do is maybe I adjust some of the filters there. I don't know. Now, look at the pay now. The pay might be coming back for me. But remember how I use this. Come on, 15-minute chart. Wow. I use it like a watch list. So again, if I get an alert and it doesn't immediately work, we had the alert at pay at 2303, didn't really move off that, came back down. But what if it gets back up to 2303 again? Maybe then it'll work. We're at 139 right now. Now I had to look. Now the reason why I liked it, especially looking at a monthly chart, look how much room it's got on a monthly chart. I mean, the next high in the monthly chart is what 31.29. It's almost $10 away. And I'm not saying it's getting up there, but it gives me a that's the reason why I don't want to lose sight of this. So let me put my price alert up in this area, the 2320 area, and see if it can just break through this for the pay. All right, guys, it is now what 20 to 1 or 20 to 2. So William, today, what is your time period for keeping the room open? 4 o'clock. Okay, thank you. Okay, so Jim, so on your screen, then did you create like an alert window? So you added some filters. Is the window is it an A in the upper left hand corner of this? Is it a scan? I mean, typically this is what you would do. You would right click configure, okay, and this is where I'm assuming you have added some Windows specific filters in, okay. But if you created did you create an alert window or a top list window? You'll know that by the window you created. Is there an A in the upper left hand corner or a T? You know what, Jim? I asked two questions at the same time. So I'm going to say it's an alert window, but if it's an alert window, you had to have now you have to have a trigger. Okay, in other words, a trigger. Once all those filter values are met, how do you want to be triggered? If it makes a new high for the day, a new low for the day, or we have so many of these real-time alerts. So what do you mean? How do I get to the main screen? You're talking about because what you said was how do I name it? So I'm going to say even if it's a top list window, okay, you would right click on configure, and then click on summary, and then this box shows up. It says window name, okay, and then you just give it a name. Okay, so it doesn't really matter whether you created a top list window or an alert window. You right click, configure, and then click on summary. This will give you a summary of what you did, but it also has that box here underneath window name, and then you can put in your name or whatever you want to call it. I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean. I only see the small upper left-hand window. What window, though, are you talking about? I know it's okay. You see the summary. Okay. So you see the summary. So now you click on it, and that'll tell you the filters that you use. And if you're an alert window, it will show you the pulpit. There's the window name right there, right? There's the window name, and you can give it a name. Yeah. So you click on summary, and then here is the window name, and there's a big box underneath. It's already filled in, of course, but you there may be a default name, okay, and just you can just delete it and type in Jim's first window, whatever you want. Okay, how do you set an alert? Okay, well, you have to select the alert you want. I can't tell you can if you click on search. Okay, if you click on search, these are all of the real-time alerts we have. Now, I can't tell you what alert you're going to use. I mean, that's up to you. But right at the very top is the new high of the day, new low of the day. But we have a lot of different real-time alerts. I can't tell you what you're going to use, of course. That has to be up to you. The two most popular, right at the very top. If all these filter values, no, okay. Let me bring up another scan because it has. So this scan right here called momentum. Here are the filters I'm using. So the stocks are between 1 and 100. The current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of day, etc. This gives it the momentum. That's why I call it momentum. The volume in the last minute is at least 1,000% of normal, etc. So if all filter values are met, and then what I selected is a new high for the day. Okay, new high for the day. So it won't alert you. Then you're talking all the parameters will do is show you stocks that meet your parameters, which is okay. Then what you want is a top list window, just showing you stocks that actually meet your parameters. But if you're looking for a real-time alert, like an event, okay, with all of these parameters here, all these filters of all of these values that I've used for the filters are satisfied, and the stock makes a new high for the day, then give me a real-time alert. Again, new high for the day is just one. Yes, you can have you can select more than one alert. I wouldn't go crazy though, because you don't want your alert window to go, firing over and over and over and over again. If that makes sense. I mean, sure, you can have more than one alert. I typically just use one alert. But if you wanted to put a new high of the day and maybe a new 5-minute high, well, it displays the stocks right here, right in the alert window. Once you've created it, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. Okay. So I mean, what time is it now? It's 1:47 right now. Okay. The last time any stock met all these filter requirements was at 1:41 Eastern time. Since then, no stock has met all of these filter requirements. all these filter requirements, and made a new high for the day. So when you say, where is it displayed? It'll be displayed here. Okay. But you just have to wait for the alert to happen. Now, I mean, it's possible, that I'll not get one more alert for the day. It's possible, not probable, but it is possible. I'll keep this up just to see whether I get another one. But remember now, Jim, the program is called Trade Ideas. So the fact that a filter or a stock meets all the requirements and you see it. Now, the next step, of course, is clicking on it, checking the chart, and then you have to make up your mind, do I want to trade it or not? It doesn't mean that just because you get an alert that you're going to trade it. I have no idea what your trading experience is. I'll move this off, but if another one happens, I'll bring it on. Now, what are you like? What are you trying to accomplish with your alert window? What are you kind of looking for? I mean, for instance, are you intraday trading? Are you swing trading? Are you intraday trading? Like, what are you trying to do? I'm talking to Jim in our YouTube room. I mean, this screen right here is going to show you all the stocks that are really, really trading abnormally. Doesn't mean that you click on it and you just take the trade immediately, but well, you don't have this one. This is mine. You can have this one. I'm sharing this screen. Okay, but the same thing when you say you're trying to set up alerts for buys. Okay, I mean, as I was trying to say, just because you get an alert, it doesn't mean you buy the stock. Okay, all it means is that it met all your filter requirements. It met all filter requirements and made a new high for the day. Does that mean I immediately buy the stock? Not necessarily at all. That's what I'm saying. You have to have some trading experience. You click on the symbol. You, you should, if you have no trading experience at all, then we're starting incorrectly. You should be taking a look at trading 101 because you have to understand how to read a chart. When I click on the symbol, what is this chart trying to tell me? Is it trying to tell me that is this something I want to buy right now? So I have to know what your trading experience is, Jim. So there. See? BWMN just made the filter requirements and just made a new high for the day. Okay, okay, let's start again. You really should look at the guide though too, okay, Jen, and the alert, how to set up an alert window. But watch what I do. New, I click on new from the toolbar and click alert window. Okay, so here's my alert window. Well, if you're looking for the AI, that's completely different. Okay, this is what you should do. Okay, click on new, click on new, and then you should see something that says Premium AI Strategy Trades Window. Trades window. Okay. And if you load that, this is what you're going to see today. These are the AI trades today. There's a suggested entry, there's a stop. How you trade them, though, will be up to you. Maybe this is what you're talking about. Okay. And then you can take this window and incorporate it as part of your layout. And then tomorrow, when you load trade ideas, this window will be blank. The first alert you could ever get in this window would be at 9:40. The first alert today was at 9:41, as an example. So you should load this window. Again, if you give me a moment. Well, I'm looking to get into Pay Guys now. I'm looking to get in. I'm trying to get that mid. So again, if you're looking for the AI, which is set up for you, there's nothing for you to do. Okay, you just wait for the alerts to happen. Then you click on New from the toolbar and Premium AI Strategy Trades window. And there's more than likely not going to be anything later on. You rarely get anything after really after noon Eastern time. All right, guys. So pay now, and you hold over 23. John, you can, but it's not. Like, it depends how many alerts you're expecting a day. Okay. In theory, they're trying to improve that. I mean, they've been trying to improve it for a long time. But if you're if you have an alert window that is fairly active, so I mean, in theory, you can, John. Okay. And if you want to find out how, if you go to our homepage, not my homepage, but the company's homepage. Just give me a moment. You can ask the question, and they'll probably tell you what the limitations are. Okay, I don't know exactly what the limitations are. So if you click on the homepage link, okay, click on not my homepage, but the Trade Ideas homepage link, and then click on the Need Help, and just ask the question. Okay, ask the question, ask, and then chat, and say, how do I get text alerts? And I'm sure whoever answers is going to say, well, you can, but there is a limitation. Okay. Yeah. So Jim, there is a filter for that. Yes. Question is there a minimum market cap? So, and this is for anybody else who's listening. Okay. If you're ever wondering, does Trade Ideas have something? Best thing to do is go to an alert window, right click, configure, and then click on search. Okay. Click on search. So you ask for market cap. Well, start typing it in. Market. There you go. Market cap. Okay. Market cap is right here. So if you're looking for things, you can always go to the search to see whether or not we have it. So there is the market cap. You add the filter, and here's the min. So whatever that number is to you as a minimum, you would put it in there. Okay, but that's good for like anything you want to search on. Now we may not have it though. Okay, so if you search on something and nothing's coming up, then that means we don't have it. Okay. Yeah, good one on the SOUN, still making a new high. It's fairly steady. I think it's coming into, I'm sure, but I think it might be coming into yeah, the next high looking left now, getting closer to that, which is 758. Still has a ways to go. But he's saying it's getting there, but well, ping may not be working for me, guys. If it holds this 23 level, we'll be given another little bit before I might exit from my from the pay long. Yeah, that did it, guys. So I'm out. I'll take a look at it one more time later on, but yeah, that disappointing. I thought once it got into the 2315s that it might start to run, but that's why you have a stop. Okay, guys, let's take a look at so this HNRA got halted. Let's see what's happening with it. Wow. So oh, it's an acquisition. Okay, acquisition company, one of the SPACs. Cheap, cheap, cheap. So here's the flip, guys, of the bounce play, the CPRT. You can see, but you see with the market doing this, I'm not really looking to short anything. You know, there's strong stock to short, but the market's doing this. So I'd rather put the odds in my favor and try to play a bounce. Later this year, well, we're only in March, so, but John, I hope, yeah, I mean, it's been asked for a long time, but thanks for that, John. Well, if you save, okay, anything you do, Jim, you should save to the cloud, okay? Everything you do. So if this is an alert window, as an example, here's an alert window. If, okay, you right click and you save or share to cloud. And so you right click, save or share to cloud. Okay. And the name, you give it a name and save it. Now it's in your cloud. Okay. To bring it back, file, load from cloud. And if you saved it to the cloud, it'll be there. You'll see it. Okay. So Jim number one. So save everything to the cloud. Reason to save things to the cloud, one of the main reasons is that if you have multiple devices, you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas open one device at a time. But let's say I go and buy a laptop, all I have to do is download the program, okay, and then I file load from cloud. Everything is there. Layouts, any layout I want to bring up, scan that I created. You should also save your, if you might have a scan, I don't know, or not a scan, but a layout. Maybe if you've created something, Jim, with a couple of charts, maybe a couple of alert windows, and you want to use that as a layout at some point, save it to the cloud. File, save or share to cloud, and then you can click on entire layout, give it a name, and save it. Now it's in your cloud also. Well, this PSTG looks interesting. I mean, this is this is coming from the bounce scan, guys. It's not an earnings play, so I don't know what caused this big downturn. If you heard me pound my desk, I just missed my entry in talking. Look at this. Look at this bounce, guys. Son of a. Hey, who knows? Maybe this is all I'll do from now on. But seriously, I mean, there was the entry 5104, and it was hanging there, and I was all set to take the trade. And now look at it, 5172. And that happened. Look, I mean, this happened at 152. There was there's no mad rush. Now, before it bounced, it moved all the way down here to 5017, but it came back to the 5104 right here. And yeah, I mean, just a great bounce. Oh, well, there will be another one. Oh, so that's the reason for the initial downturn. Okay. From Webush. Okay. That's the initial, that's the Wedbush, not, is it Webush or Wedbush? Traders circulate the fly, suggesting Meta seeming to move from the third-party pure storage hardware for AI, moving from. Okay, so that is, I guess that was the reason for that initial downturn. That's the fly. Well, whatever. That would have been a nice a bounce. I mean, it didn't last long, but it would have been an excellent bounce. Not my strength, both for both flags and all that. Maybe somebody else who maybe tries to trade both flags. It's not my strength. No, no, no pun intended. So I wouldn't want to steer you wrong. Okay, guys, I am going to do a reboot here. I'm going to do a complete reboot. So give me a moment. I am going to save my layout. All right. Okay, pay is getting me interested again. I'm going to watch the way it trades here. I want to see if it's spread 23.13, 23.23 now. Okay, guys, you know what? PAC has now come back a little bit. PAC has come back. I believe it's, oh, yeah, there it goes, guys. PAC is coming back. It is over the VWAP, 636. Some volume, a little bit of volume came in. Okay, a little bit of volume did come in. The issue though is 620 to 648. That's a pretty wide, that's a big pop here. Okay, guys, I'm not in it obviously anymore, but the SELX still has some interest to me. It's holding this 250 mark, and we may, if the volume comes in, we may get a late day surge, 213 now, so it would have to happen fairly well, not necessarily. Maybe, between now and 4, between now and 4, maybe a bit of a late day surge. All right, I had an alert set for QBTS for some reason. I'm trying to remember why. I guess taking out this high here, but the big thing is take a look on the weekly chart. Where could it go? That's the reason. 272, guys. So yeah, keep an eye on QBTS. The high right there is 217. It got to 217. If it can take 217 out in a big way, and look at the volume. The volume came in. Look at the volume that came into QBTS. This will be, what time is it now? 2:14. This will be the third biggest volume bar of the day on the 15-minute chart. Okay. And the thing is, it's got room to 272. Not saying it's getting to 272. I'm just saying that is the next high on the weekly chart. Okay. Now, what's the float here? It's not a low float, 92 million in the float. Quantum computing or whatever the heck they do. Okay. Well, I mean, just look at this, guys. Look at the potential if it can get through this. Well, so far, whatever the Treasury statement was at 2 p.m., not good SPY will go down. So far, that's not happening. So far, you know what? I'm glad I backed off the pay. It's right. It's doing its thing. You forget about the pay for sure. So BPTH, I see that it was halted and then resumed. So well, it's got room. Obviously, it's got some room on the weekly chart up to 10. Not saying it's getting there, but you can see a lot of action right at 10. With this QBTS, I mean, it is just it's just looking poised. But I'm not anticipating, it's gotta get up to probably about 218, 219, 220 before I will, in fact, that's what I'll do, just put a price alert at 219. And don't lose sight of the SELX, guys. This is really basing nicely at 250, SELX. Now, why was it bad, Casa? I mean, I'm just I mean, I know we had this reaction afterwards, but that was the initial reaction. I mean, was it maybe wasn't as bad as people thought it was gonna be? I don't know. But that was the initial reaction, that big green candle at 8:30. Afterwards, yes, we started seeing the I don't know, maybe people were digesting the news better. I don't know. But, for 15 minutes, this was a big, giant green candle. Well, then that is a very strange market reaction, isn't it? If it was higher than expected. Hey guys, my number one focus is right now the SELX. Just it's this is great in my opinion. I mean, it's just like hanging in at this 250 mark, and if we ever get some volume, like that volume bar right there, start getting some volume coming in and popping it through, we may have an end of day run. The high today was around 290. Well, whatever was said. Oh, well, sorry guys, just had a little bit of bad news. Just give me a moment, okay? Sorry, I was on mute. Guys, I'm gonna have to leave. I just got a bit of bad news, so I'm gonna have to leave, okay? I just put the trading room link in YouTube, so you wanna head over and listen to, not listen, nobody will be talking. Yeah, nobody will be talking. The screen sharing will be gone. William will keep the room open until 4, okay? Yeah. Okay, let me just put myself on mute, okay? Okay, YouTube, I'll have to shut you down now.